Nicole Dr. At 28 years old, Nicole Dr., an American woman, was convicted for the tragic death of her son, Jacob, on August 27, 2003. Nicole allegedly suffocated Jacob before setting their Lorain County home ablaze to conceal the crime. Though the exact cause of Jacob's death couldn't be determined due to severe burns. In 2005, she was sentenced to death, but a jury instruction error was discovered, and she was resentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole in 2010. As of March 2025, Nicole has been incarcerated for approximately 21 years and is currently 49 years old. Katrina Marie Culberson. In August 2012, 20-year-old Katrina Marie Culberson participated in the kidnapping and murder of 29-year-old Celeste Franzman, her ex-lover, in Muskingum County, Ohio. Franzman was found beaten, having survived from fire burns along a rural road. Katrina pleaded guilty to aggravated murder, kidnapping, and aggravated arson, receiving a life sentence without parole in November 2013. As of March 2025, she has been in prison for approximately 12 years and is currently 34 years old. Donna J. Munda. In May 2005, 46-year-old Donna J. Munda orchestrated the murder of her husband, Dr. Gulam Munda, in Cuyahoga County, Ohio. She conspired with her lover, Damian Bradford, promising him a share of the inheritance in exchange for killing her husband. Bradford executed the plan by fatally shooting Dr. Munda during a staged roadside robbery on the Ohio Turnpike. Donna Munda was convicted in 2007 and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. As of March 2025, she has been incarcerated for approximately 18 years and is currently 65 years old. Crystal Candelario. In June 2023, 31-year-old Crystal Candelario left her 16-month-old daughter, Jaylyn, alone in their Cleveland home for 10 days while she vacationed in Detroit and Puerto Rico. Upon her return on June 16th, she found Jaylyn unresponsive. She had suffered from starvation and dehydration. She pleaded guilty to aggravated murder and child endangerment in February 2024 and was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole in March 2024. As of March 2025, she has been in Ohio prison for approximately 1 year and is currently 33 years old. Heather Nicole Matthews. In December 1992, 20-year-old Heather Nicole Matthews was part of the Downtown Posse, a group responsible for a series of crimes in Dayton, Ohio, over the Christmas period. The spree resulted in 6 fatalities and multiple injuries. Nicole pleaded guilty to charges including aggravated murder, aggravated burglary, and aggravated robbery. On November 19, 1993, she was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms, totaling a minimum of 53 years before parole eligibility. As of March 2025, Matthews has been incarcerated for approximately 31 years and is currently 53 years old. Brooklyn Frazee. In September 2023, 42-year-old Brooklyn Frazee engaged in a high-speed chase spanning 14 miles through Scioto County, Ohio, pursuing her boyfriend, 44-year-old Daryl Scott Donahoe, who was riding a motorcycle. The chase continued until her SUV collided with Donahoe's motorcycle, causing him to fall. He suffered severe injuries and was pronounced dead shortly after. Frazee was convicted of aggravated murder in August 2024 and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for at least 34 years. As of March 2025, she has been incarcerated for about 7 months and is currently 43 years old. Shay L. Weicker. In May 2014, 31-year-old Shay L. Weicker set fire to a residence in Fostoria, Ohio, targeting homeowner Daniel Marker, whom she believed had harmed her son. The blaze resulted in the deaths of Marker and another woman due to carbon monoxide poisoning, while a third woman sustained serious injuries after escaping. Weicker pleaded guilty to aggravated arson, aggravated murder, murder, and attempted murder, receiving a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 25 years. As of March 12, 2025, she has been in prison for 10 years and is currently 41 years old. Lindsay Parton. In March 2018, 35-year-old Lindsay Parton was charged with the death of 3-year-old Hannah Wesha in Butler County, Ohio. While babysitting, Parton allegedly struck and shook Hannah, leading head trauma. She died to her injuries 10 days later. In April 2019, Parton was convicted of murder, involuntary manslaughter. She received a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 18 years. As of March 12, 2025, Parton has been incarcerated for approximately 6 years and is currently 42 years old. Nicole Flagg. In April 2015, 41-year-old Nicole Flagg fatally used a knife on her 61-year-old mother, Mirvinia Lowe, during a robbery at her mother's Pleasant Ridge home in Hamilton County, Ohio. She then doused the crime scene with bleach to destroy evidence and stole her mother's cell phone, which she exchanged for substances. In December 2016, she was convicted of aggravated murder, aggravated robbery, tampering with evidence. She received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. As of March 2025, Flagg has been incarcerated for approximately 9 years and is currently 51 years old. Jessica Groves. In January 2019, 39-year-old Jessica Groves and her husband Daniel welcomed their son, Dylan, in Scioto County, Ohio. Dylan was born with intoxicating substances in his system, gotten from his mother. He was then placed in the custody of his father under the supervision of Children's Services. In late March 2019, during a visit, Jessica inflicted fatal injuries on Dylan, which resulted in his death. The couple concealed his body till it was discovered in June 2019. In January 2020, Jessica was convicted of aggravated murder and other charges, and she was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole plus 32 years. As of March 12, 2025, she has been in prison for approximately 5 years and is currently 44 years old. Tabitha Messina. In July 2007, 18-year-old Tabitha Messina and her 19-year-old boyfriend, Carlos Christopher, committed a double homicide in Cuyahoga County, Ohio. They murdered Messina's father, Richard Messina, and his girlfriend, Sandra Cover, in their South Euclid home. Both victims were attacked with an axe and a crowbar. Messina pleaded guilty to 2 counts of aggravated murder and 1 count of robbery, receiving a sentence of 60 years to life in prison. She will be eligible for parole on July 28, 2067, at the age of 78. As of March 12, 2025, Messina has been incarcerated for approximately 17 years and is currently 36 years old. Taylor M. Marks. In 2009, 19-year-old Taylor M. Marks from Montgomery County, Ohio, orchestrated the murder of her mother. Marks conspired with her boyfriend to carry out the crime. The motive was reportedly financial gain, as Marks stood to inherit her mother's assets. In 2010, Marks pleaded guilty to aggravated murder and was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. As of March 12, 2025, she has been incarcerated for approximately 15 years and is currently 34 years old. Theresa Jolyn Ritchie. In July 1995, 24-year-old Theresa Jolyn Ritchie from Montgomery County, Ohio, reported her 4-year-old daughter, Samantha, missing. A great number of people started a massive search for her, and 4 days later, Samantha's body was discovered near their home. Investigations revealed that Ritchie, who had beaten her daughter earlier, caused her death. In February 1996, she was convicted of murder and was sentenced to 22 years to life imprisonment. As of 2025, Ritchie has been incarcerated for approximately 29 years and is currently 54 years old. She has had parole hearings in 2010 and 2020, but was denied release on both occasions. Erica Lynn Orta. In November 2004, 24-year-old Erica Lynn Orta from Defiance County, Ohio, strangled her mother, 43-year-old Linda Orta, during a confrontation in their home. Following the murder, Erica stole her mother's jewelry and concealed the body in a closet. She later expressed that rage took over her during the incident. In April 2005, Erica pleaded guilty to murder and was sentenced to 15 years to life imprisonment. As of March 12, 2025, she has been incarcerated for approximately 20 years and is currently 45 years old. Her first parole eligibility date was in 2020. Mackenzie Sharilla. In July 2022, 17-year-old Mackenzie Sharilla from Cuyahoga County, Ohio, deliberately drove her car at 100 miles per hour into a brick building, killing her boyfriend, Dominic Russo, 20, and friend, Davian Flanagan, 19. Prosecutors presented evidence that Sharilla intended to end her turbulent relationship with Russo, leading to the fatal crash. In August 2023, at age 19, she was convicted on multiple counts, including murder, and received 2 concurrent life sentences with parole eligibility after 15 years. As of March 12, 2025, Sharilla has been incarcerated for approximately 1.5 years and is currently 20 years old. Tiffany Ann Powell. In April 2014, 34-year-old Tiffany Ann Powell from Summit County, Ohio, conspired with her boyfriend, Paul Reed, to murder her ex-boyfriend, James Harris, during a custody dispute over their 5 children. Powell lured 69-year-old Harris to her Akron home, where Reed assaulted him and slammed his head at least 15 times, resulting in fatal blunt force trauma. In January 2016, Powell was convicted of aggravated murder and obstructing justice, receiving a life sentence with parole eligibility after 32.5 years. As of March 12, 2025, she has been incarcerated for approximately 9 years and is currently 45 years old. Holly McFeature. In July 2006, 28-year-old Holly McFeature from Cuyahoga County, Ohio, poisoned her fiancé, Matthew Podolak, by adding antifreeze to his beverages, leading to his death from acute poisoning. The couple had 2 children together. Initially, Podolak's death was not ruled a homicide, but in 2012, further investigation led to McFeature's arrest. In August 2013, at age 35, she was convicted of aggravated murder and contaminating a substance for human consumption. She received a life sentence with parole eligibility after 30 years. As of March 12, 2025, McFeature has been incarcerated for approximately 11.5 years and is currently 47 years old. Her parole eligibility date is July 1, 2043. Sandra K. Inman. In March 2011, 46-year-old Sandra K. Inman from Hocking County, Ohio, participated in the abduction and murder of her 25-year-old daughter-in-law, Summer Inman, during a custody dispute over Summer's children. Sandra, along with her husband, William Inman Sr., and their son, William Inman II, forcibly abducted Summer, binding her with zip ties. During the struggle, a zip tie around Summer's neck led to her accidental strangulation. The family concealed her body until it was discovered in a church septic tank. Sandra pleaded guilty to murder and kidnapping, receiving a sentence of 15 years to life imprisonment. As of 2025, she has been incarcerated for approximately 14 years and is currently 60 years old. Deborah Denise Brown. In 1984, 21-year-old Deborah Denise Brown from Waukegan, Illinois, accompanied her partner, Alton Coleman, on a violent crime spree across 6 Midwestern states, resulting in the deaths of 8 individuals. Their victims included young children and adults, subjected to brutal assaults and murders. Brown, who had no prior criminal record and was considered borderline intellectually disabled, became an active participant under Coleman's influence. In 1985, she was sentenced to death in Ohio for her involvement in these crimes. However, in 1991, Governor Richard Celeste commuted her sentence to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, citing her intellectual disabilities and history of abuse. As of March 12, 2025, Brown has been incarcerated for approximately 40 years and is currently 62 years old. China Arnold. In August 2005, 25-year-old China Arnold from Montgomery County, Ohio, was involved in a tragic incident that led to the loss of her 28-day-old daughter, Paris Talley. Reports indicate that following a dispute over her child's paternity, Arnold, who was allegedly under the influence, brought out a microwave and engaged in actions that caused fatal harm to Paris. Arnold was taken into custody in November 2006 and faced 3 separate trials. The first trial ended in a mistrial, while the second conviction was overturned due to issues with the prosecution. In May 2011, the third trial resulted in a conviction for aggravated charges. She received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. As of March 12, 2025, China Arnold has been incarcerated for approximately 13 years and is currently 44 years old. Joy D. Hodge. In September 2011, 28-year-old Joy D. Hodge from Trumbull County, Ohio, brutally beat up her 1-year-old baby, Anana. An autopsy revealed she died from blunt force trauma. In February 2013, Hodge was convicted of murder, resulting in a sentence of 15 years to life imprisonment. As of 2025, she has been incarcerated for approximately 12 years and is currently 42 years old. Her first parole eligibility date is in 2028, at which point she will be 45 years old. Angela Wagner. In April 2016, 46-year-old Angela Wagner from Pike County, Ohio, participated in the premeditated murders of 8 members of the Roden family. The motive was a custody dispute over her granddaughter, whose mother, Hannah Roden, was among the victims. Angela, along with her husband, George Billy Wagner III, and their sons, Edward Jake Wagner and George Wagner IV, meticulously planned and executed the killings across 4 separate locations. In September 2021, Angela pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit aggravated murder and other charges, receiving a 30-year prison sentence. As of March 2025, she has been incarcerated for approximately 3.5 years and is currently 55 years old. Liz M. Carroll. In August 2006, 30-year-old Liz M. Carroll from Clermont County, Ohio, and her husband, David Carroll, were foster parents to 3-year-old Marcus Fiesel, a developmentally disabled child. On August 4, 2006, the Carrolls, along with their live-in girlfriend, Amy Baker, left Marcus bound in a closet while they attended a family reunion in Kentucky for 2 days. Upon their return on August 6th, they discovered Marcus had died from hyperthermia due to the extreme heat in the confined space. The group concealed the body, and Liz Carroll falsely reported Marcus missing, leading to a massive search effort. During the search, investigations revealed the truth, and Liz Carroll was convicted of murder, and on February 2007, she was sentenced to 54 years to life in prison. As of March 2025, Liz Carroll has been incarcerated for approximately 18 years and is currently 48 years old. Donna Marie Roberts. In December 2001, 57-year-old Donna Marie Roberts from Trumbull County, Ohio, conspired with her lover, Nathaniel Jackson, to murder her ex-husband, Robert Fingerhut, aiming to claim over $500,000 in life insurance benefits. While Jackson was incarcerated, they exchanged letters and calls plotting the crime. Upon Jackson's release, she lured him to their shared home, where Jackson fatally shot Fingerhut on December 11, 2001. In 2003, she was convicted of aggravated murder and sentenced to death. As of March 12, 2025, She has been incarcerated for approximately 22 years and is currently 80 years old. Laura Jean Taylor. In December 1992, 16-year-old Laura Jean Taylor from Montgomery County, Ohio, was part of the Downtown Posse, a group responsible for a series of murders in Dayton, Ohio, over Christmas. The spree resulted in 6 deaths and 2 injuries. Taylor was convicted of aggravated murder and sentenced to 145 years to life, with parole eligibility after 30 years. As of March 2025, she has been incarcerated for approximately 32 years and is currently 49 years old. Her next parole hearing is scheduled for October 2026. Number 1. Officer Ashley MacArthur. On September 8, 2017, Taylor Wright, a 33-year-old private investigator and former police officer from North Carolina, vanished without a trace in Pensacola, Florida. Before her disappearance, her husband had recently divorced Taylor, and she was experiencing some hard times. She then decided to move in with her girlfriend, Cassandra Waller, and they both lived happily without any issues. On the day of the incident, Taylor had gone out with one of her friends, Ashley MacArthur, a 40-year-old former crime scene technician, hoping to relieve some of the stress she was experiencing from her divorce. That was the last day she was ever seen or heard from. Her roommate and girlfriend tried reaching out to her, but couldn't get through. She called Ashley, but Ashley told her that Taylor was going through a lot at the time, and she needed to rest and keep herself away from everyone. Things escalated when Waller received a text message that was supposed to come from Taylor, indicating that she needed a few days to clear her head. Taylor's family and friends became worried because it was unlike her to just disappear and leave her son all alone by himself. As days went by and she wasn't seen, Taylor's girlfriend reported her missing at the police station. Investigators quickly focused on Ashley, who was the last person to see Taylor. Ashley initially denied knowing her whereabouts, stating that after their meeting, Taylor booked an Uber ride and left. After interrogating Taylor's ex-husband and other individuals connected to Taylor, the investigator revealed that Taylor, who was navigating through her painful divorce, had removed $34,000 from their family joint account and had given it to Ashley to help keep safe for her till she will be needing it. On the day they met, it was revealed that Taylor had arranged for the meeting to get back the money from Ashley. Ashley, however, had already deposited the money into her personal account and spent them on personal expenses, including paying off credit cards and on a motorcycle purchase. After meeting, Ashley took Taylor to her family's farm in Cantonment under the pretense of horseback riding. Afterwards, surveillance footage captured Ashley purchasing concrete and potting soil at a local Home Depot. There at her family's farm, she shot Taylor in the back of the head and buried her body under layers of concrete and potting soil. To cover her tracks, Ashley used Taylor's phone to send messages, making it appear as though Taylor was still alive. Evidence, including cell phone records placing her at the farm and the Home Depot purchases, led authorities to suspect foul play. On October 19, 2017, Wright's remains were discovered on Ashley's family property. She was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. Later, it was upgraded to first-degree premeditated murder. During the trial, prosecutors presented evidence of Ashley's motive and actions: the stolen money, the purchase of materials to conceal the body, and the attempt to mislead others using Taylor's phone. The defense argued that there was no physical evidence linking MacArthur to the murder. Despite the defense's claims of insufficient physical evidence, the jury found Ashley guilty of first-degree premeditated murder on August 30, 2019. Ashley MacArthur was sentenced to life in prison with a mandatory minimum of 25 years before eligibility for parole. As of April 2025, she has served approximately 5 years and 7 months of her sentence. Ashley is currently incarcerated at the Lowell Annex Correctional Institution in Ocala, Florida. She may be eligible for parole in 2044, when she will be 67 years old. Number 2. Officer Stephanie Lazarus. In the early hours of February 24th, 1986, a brutal crime unfolded in the neighborhood of Van Nuys, Los Angeles, California. This crime went unsolved for over 2 decades. Stephanie Lazarus was a respected detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, specializing in art theft. She was a graduate of the University of California, Los Angeles. She had a promising career and a reputation for diligence. But beneath the surface, Stephanie harbored an obsession with her college ex-boyfriend, John Rutan. Their relationship had ended for many years prior, yet Stephanie struggled to let go, especially after John engaged 29-year-old Sherry Rasmussen, a well-accomplished nurse. Stephanie Lazarus and John met at the University of California during their college years in the early 1980s. They started a romantic relationship that lasted several years. However, their bond faded, and John graduated and began dating Sherry. Their relationship quickly blossomed, leading to marriage in November 1985. Stephanie was unable to accept the end of her relationship with John. She reportedly confronted Sherry on multiple occasions, expressing her discontent and jealousy. Friends and family even reported that her inability to move on was eating her up. Sherry had reportedly expressed concerns about Stephanie's persistent presence, feeling threatened by her. Despite these red flags, no one filed a report against her. On the morning of February 24th, 1986, John left the home he shared with his wife, Sherry, for work. Sherry, on the other hand, was supposed to attend a speaking event, but she said she would call in sick and would be at home all through that day. On getting to midday of that day, a neighbor noticed that the couple's garage door was wide open and the car inside was gone. A few minutes later, John tried calling home several times, but no one answered. He also reached out to Sherry's sister, who was also a nurse at a hospital close to their home. She called, but no one answered, and she left a message. Around afternoon, 2 men who were identified as gardeners found a purse which was believed to belong to Sherry, and reportedly brought it to the neighbors. A maid who was working in another house that morning reported that she heard disturbing sounds and a loud sound like a body dropping to the ground. Later that day, after work, John returned home to find his wife brutally beaten and shot to death in their home. The crime scene suggested a violent struggle. She had been shot 3 times and bore a bite mark on her arm. The shots were determined to have been fired through a quilted blanket, likely to muffle out the sound so no one could hear. Initially, investigators stated that the murder was the result of a botched burglary, as there had been a series of similar crimes in the area. The investigators just took some swab tests and some other details from the crime scene. Despite some suspicions, Stephanie was not thoroughly investigated at the time, and the case eventually went cold. For years, the case remained unsolved. It wasn't until 2009 that cold case detectives revisited the evidence. Advancements in DNA technology allowed for the analysis of the bite mark swab, revealing a female DNA profile. Investigators began to consider women in Sherry's life who might have had a motive. Stephanie, who had threatened her numerous times, then became a major suspect in the case file. Undercover officers obtained a DNA sample from Stephanie by collecting a discarded item. The results of the DNA matched the sample from the crime scene. In June 2009, after over 22 years of the case being unsolved, Stephanie was arrested at LAPD headquarters and charged with the murder of Sherry Rasmussen. Her trial commenced in February 2012. Prosecutors argued that she was driven by jealousy and unable to let go of her past relationship with John, and murdered his wife in a fit of rage, as there had been several times where she stated that if she couldn't have John, then no one else could have him. The defense contended that the DNA evidence was contaminated and that there was no concrete proof linking Stephanie to the crime. After a month-long trial, the jury found her guilty of first-degree murder. They argued that Lazarus used her police training to stage the crime scene, making it appear as a burglary. The DNA evidence from the bite mark was central to the prosecution's case. On May 11, 2012, Lazarus was sentenced to 27 years to life in prison. She was credited with time served since her 2009 arrest. In 2024, a parole board initially recommended her release, citing her positive behavior and rehabilitation efforts. However, after emotional testimonies, Sherry's family, and a review requested by the governor's office, the decision was declined. The board cited her lack of genuine remorse and the calculated nature of her crime as reasons for denying parole. As of April 2025, Lazarus has served approximately 16 years of her sentence. She remains incarcerated at the California Institution for Women in Chino. Number 3. Officer Antoinette Frank. On the evening of March 4, 1995, then 24-year-old Antoinette Renee Frank, a former officer of the New Orleans Police Department, and her drug dealer boyfriend, Rogers Lacaze, visited the Kim An restaurant, a Vietnamese restaurant where Frank worked as an off-duty security guard. They had previously visited the restaurant twice that same day to get leftover food to eat. On the day of the incident, Frank was not on duty. His police colleague, Officer Ronald Williams, was the one on shift. Frank used a key she had stolen earlier that day to enter inside the restaurant, pushing past Officer Ronald Williams, who was guarding the restaurant that night. As she pushed him away, her boyfriend Lacaze shot Williams in the neck. Then he continued firing as he fell, and eventually murdered him. After shooting the security officer, Frank and Lacaze then started shouting and demanding money from the Vu family, the owners of the restaurant. When 17-year-old Quang Vu hesitated, Frank pistol-whipped him. She then retrieved the cash from where it was hidden in a microwave and immediately executed Quang and his 21-year-old sister, Ha Vu, shooting them multiple times, leading to their death. After collecting the money, they left the premises. Unknowing to them, Chow Vu and her brother Kwok were hiding in a cooler. After the armed couple left, Kwok came out and ran to a friend's house and called 911 to report the incident to the authorities. Frank, who had gone home to drop her boyfriend, received the 911 call alert on her portable police radio. She immediately learned that they had left a witness alive and the witnesses may implicate them. She immediately borrowed a patrol car and went back to the crime scene pretending to be a good cop, but she had the intention to murder the remaining witnesses. On returning to the scene and posing as a responding officer, Chauvu, recognizing her, accused Frank of the killings. She informed the other officer that Frank had committed the crimes they had come to investigate. Frank was taken in and under severe interrogation. She confessed to the crime implicating Lacaze, her boyfriend. During the investigation, the detective who worked on the case indicated that Frank and her boyfriend planned the robbery to get revenge on Williams, her fellow officer. She believed that Williams was cheating her on hours and pay at the restaurant. He also describes Frank as the most cold-hearted person he has ever encountered. Both were arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. She was the first police officer to have been charged with killing a fellow officer in New Orleans. Frank's trial began on September 5, 1995. Despite her attorneys subpoenaing 39 witnesses, none were called. The jury deliberated for just 22 minutes before finding her guilty on all counts, a record for a capital murder case in New Orleans at the time. The next day, they recommended the death penalty after 45 minutes of deliberation. She was formally sentenced to death on October 20, 1995. Frank remains on death row at the Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women. In 2023, she was among the 5 death row inmates that was granted clemency hearings. However, on October 13, 2023, the Louisiana Pardon Board denied her appeal. As of April 2025, Frank is 53 years old and continues to file post-conviction appeals, rendering her ineligible for execution until all legal avenues are exhausted. Number 4. Officer Alfreda Fluker. 39-year-old Alfreda Janapril Fluker was a 15-year veteran of the Birmingham Police Department, Alabama. She served diligently on the crime reduction team. Beyond her professional life, She was in a romantic relationship with her teammate and assignment partner, Officer Mario Theodore White. Since 2016, the two had been romantically involved, and they both lived together, intertwining their personal and professional lives together. However, unaware to Fluker, White had been cheating on her. He had been engaging in an affair with 43-year-old Kenesha Nicole Fuller. Fluker sort of suspected him of cheating on her, but didn't have any evidence. On the night leading to the incident, Fluker and White had a serious argument in their shared home. After the argument, White showered, used some cologne, and took a pack of Viagra and went off to work. Fluker, still suspecting infidelity, tracked White using a phone application. Her suspicions were confirmed when she located him and Nicole together in an unmarked police vehicle at Germania Park. According to Fluker's testimony, she discovered the two engaging in an intimate act in the passenger seat of their work vehicle. This made Fluker very furious, and she was filled with rage and deep hatred for both of them. She quickly went back to her car and retrieved her service weapon, approached the vehicle and fired over 15 rounds of shots into it, striking Nicole multiple times in the leg, arm, and head. White did not receive any gunshot wounds. After the incident, White reversed and drove back into the park with Nicole still bleeding in the passenger seat. He was joined shortly by Fluker, and they both started having another argument. Later, she suggested that they should take Nicole to the hospital, but White said he didn't want Nicole to talk. Fluker then knelt closer to where Nicole was and asked her if she was okay. Nicole nodded, and with that, Fluker fled the scene and went home. After she left, White then called 911 and lied to them that some unidentified black individuals had carried out the shooting. Nicole was taken to UAB Hospital, where she died from her injuries. During the investigation, witnesses gave accounts of seeing a man and a woman arguing after the shooting, and further questioning led to White confessing the true identification of Fluker as the shooter. She was arrested the following morning at her mother's residence, where she had fled to, and charged with capital murder and attempted murder. During the trial, prosecutors painted Fluker as a calculated and cold individual who executed a premeditated act of violence. They highlighted her decision to use her service weapon and the number of shots fired as evidence of intent. The defense argued that Fluker acted in the heat of passion upon discovering the affair, suggesting a lack of premeditation. Fluker also indicated that at that moment of the crime, all she could visualize in her mind was the two of them carrying out the act inside the truck she rode every day to work, and she stated that she acted out of a desire for respect and to make White stop playing with her. After deliberating for less than an hour, the jury found Fluker guilty of capital murder of Nicole and attempted murder of White. On February 6, 2023, Fluker was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. As of April 2025, she has served approximately 2 years of her sentence and remains incarcerated in an Alabama state prison. Given the nature of her sentence, she will spend the remainder of her life behind bars. Number 5. Officer Sophie Ems. 29-year-old Sophie Ems began her career with the intention of upholding the law. However, her path took a dark turn when she entered into a relationship with a 42-year-old inmate, Jediah Clark. Clark, who was already serving time in the prison where she worked. He managed to manipulate Ems, exploiting her vulnerabilities and financial struggles. As their relationship grew stronger, he persuaded Ems to smuggle in some hard substance for him inside the prison. In return, he would compensate her by putting money into her account. Ems then agreed to carry out the smuggling for him. Clark's 61-year-old mother, Joy Wickham, was also part of the plan. She sourced the synthetic cannabinoid spice used for the making of the hard substance, commonly known as the zombie drug, or spice. These substances were then soaked into the pages of puzzle books, which Ems then brought into the prison. Once inside, they were stored and kept hidden inside the cell of Clark's fellow prisoner, Joel Barker. Then the pages were cut into strips and sold to inmates, generating significant profits. The whole process was run like a commercial operation. Ems received £7,000 for her role, while the total operation was estimated to be worth £130,000. The scheme unraveled when the Eastern Region Special Operations Unit launched an investigation. Evidence of the smuggling operation was uncovered, leading to the arrests of Ems, Clark, and Wickham. At Norwich Crown Court in December 2024, Ems pleaded guilty to conspiracy to convey prohibited articles into prison. Judge Catherine Moore described her actions as a gross breach of trust, emphasizing the severity of her betrayal. Ems was sentenced to 2 years and 11 months in prison. Clark received a 6-year, 2-month sentence, while Joy Wickham was sentenced to 4 years. Despite the substantial profits from the operation, Ems was ordered to repay only £48.50, the amount available in her assets, along with £228 in costs. Failure to pay would result in an additional 7 days in custody. Clark and Wickham's financial proceedings were adjourned for further assessment. As of April 2025, Ems has served approximately 4 months of her sentence. She remains incarcerated, reflecting on the choices that led her from a position of authority to a prison cell. Number 6. Officer Paula Atwood-Rees. 59-year-old Paula Atwood-Rees had served as a response officer with South Wales Police. After retiring, she and her wife moved to Alexandra Terrace in Monkswood. Over time, tensions grew between Atwood-Rees and her neighbors, Christopher and Jacqueline Teague, who were both in their late 60s. The discord escalated to a legal dispute when Atwood-Rees damaged the Teagues' car, and she was convicted. Later that same day, after they all came back from the court, as Christopher and his wife sat down for dinner in their home, Atwood-Rees launched a calculated and violent assault on the couple. Armed with 2 knives, a metal pole, an electric cattle prod, and a shovel, she kicked through the couple's French doors and entered their home uninvited. She punched Mrs. Teague in the face, breaking her nose, and slashed her wrist with a knife. Mr. Teague was also attacked, suffering injuries from a poker and a knife. Atwood-Rees declared that her intention was to murder them both. The violence escalated to outside of their home, where she used the shovel to damage the couple's cars and struck Mrs. Teague on the head as she attempted to call for help. The attack only ceased when passing motorists intervened, restraining Atwood-Rees until police arrived. During her arrest, she assaulted the officer who was trying to handcuff her. The officers put her face down on the floor and warned her she could be tasered if she continued to struggle. She was arrested at the scene and faced multiple charges, including wounding with intent, assault occasioning actual bodily harm, aggravated burglary, possession of offensive weapons, and assaulting an emergency worker. During her trial, she was charged with attempted murder, but her defense painted a picture that she had suffered severe PTSD after serving as a response officer with South Wales Police, and had sustained a frontal lobe brain injury, which experts say can affect the way people behave. But the judge also noted that she had 2 previous convictions for assaults on police officers dating back to 2008. She pleaded guilty to all charges. At the Crown Court, Judge Jeremy Jenkins sentenced Atwood-Rees to 6 years and 2 months in prison, ordering her to serve 2/3 of the sentence before being eligible for release. An indefinite restraining order was also imposed, preventing her from contacting the Teagues. Mrs. Teague suffered a stroke after the incident, and the couple moved out of their family home of 38 years because they no longer felt safe there. As of April 2025, Atwood-Rees has served approximately 6 months of her sentence. She remains incarcerated, with 4 years and 4 months remaining before potential release. Upon release, she will be around 63 years old. Number 7. Officer Stephanie Heaps. Stephanie Heaps began her career in law enforcement as a prison officer at HMP Weymouth in Leyland, Lancashire, in March 2018. It was there that she met 35-year-old Leon Leighton Ramsden. Ramsden was serving a life sentence for the 2010 murder of Paul Gilligan in Bolton. Their professional interactions soon turned personal. It evolved into a romantic relationship that Heaps failed to disclose to her superiors, knowing fully well that it was a major breach of protocol that would later have severe repercussions. In July 2019, Heaps transitioned to Greater Manchester Police as a constable in Bolton. Despite her new role, she continued her undisclosed relationship with Ramsden, who was deeply entrenched in organized crime, including money laundering, substance trafficking, and orchestrating burglaries at St. Helens. Heaps' failure to report this relationship violated the ethical standards expected of her position. In September 2019, Greater Manchester Police Anti-Corruption Unit received a tip-off regarding Heaps' association with Ramsden. An investigation revealed that Heaps had been visiting Ramsden in prison, communicating with him through illicit mobile phones, and sharing sensitive police information with him. Notably, on one occasion, she intentionally refrained from arresting a wanted domestic abuse suspect because of the individual's connection to Ramsden. Heaps was arrested in January 2020. During interrogation, she offered no comment and resigned from the police force shortly thereafter. The police also discovered a wedding photo that the couple had edited using artificial intelligence and posted it on social media. In October 2022, Heaps pleaded guilty to multiple offenses, including intentionally encouraging or assisting the commission of an offense through communications with Ramsden through illegal mobile phones. On July 4, 2024, Bolton Crown Court sentenced Heaps to 4 years and 3 months in prison. Ramsden received an additional 5 years and 7 months to run concurrently with his existing life sentence. Other individuals were also arrested, charged, and sentenced in connection with the burglary incident. As of April 2025, Heaps has served approximately 9 months of her sentence. Number 8. Officer Natalie Mottram. On April 24, 2020, a covert operation targeting encrypted criminal communications was compromised. A message circulated among criminals. The leak threatened to unravel Operation Venetic, the UK's largest crackdown on organized crime. The source of the leak was Natalie Mottram, a 24-year-old intelligence analyst who was entrusted with the very secrets she betrayed. Natalie Mottram, who is from Warrington, Cheshire, was employed by Cheshire Constabulary and seconded to the Northwest Regional Organized Crime Unit. In her role, she conducted threat assessments on organized crime groups and had access to sensitive intelligence, including details of Operation Venetic, a nationwide initiative targeting users of EncroChat, an encrypted communication platform used by gangsters and serious criminals across Europe to avoid detection. Despite being briefed on the operation's confidentiality, Mottram disclosed its existence to 38-year-old Jonathan Kay, the partner of her close friend, Leah Bennett. On April 24, 2020, Kay's associate messaged another EncroChat user, revealing that law enforcement can now access the platform. The message detailed the extent of the breach, advising caution in their communications. The National Crime Agency detected the leak and initiated surveillance on Mottram. On June 12, 2020, she was assigned to analyze a fabricated intelligence log concerning Kay. That afternoon, Mottram left work and visited Kay and Bennett's residence, where she was observed informing them about the supposed intelligence log about Kay. After meeting with Kay, she left and had a call with another individual whom she agreed to meet up with at a supermarket car park. Later that day, the NCA officers arrested Mottram, Kay, Bennett, and the other individual. £200,000 in cash was recovered from Kay's apartment. Mottram faced charges of misconduct in public office, perverting the course of justice, and unauthorized access to computer material. She pleaded guilty to all counts at Liverpool Crown Court on August 18, 2023. On November 3, 2023, she was sentenced to 3 years and 9 months in prison. Jonathan Kay received a 30-month sentence for perverting the course of justice. As of April 2025, Mottram has served approximately 1 year and 5 months of her sentence. Assuming standard parole eligibility at the halfway point, she could be considered for release in early 2026 at the age of 29. Number 9. Officer Lorna Pennycook. 38-year-old Lorna Pennycook was a former West Midlands police constable who was born in Walsall. She began her relationship with 43-year-old Kennedy in 2016 after meeting on a dating site. Despite Kennedy's criminal background, the relationship progressed, and Pennycook used her position within the police force to access information related to Kennedy, his associates, and criminal activities in the Sandwell area, an area she was not assigned to police. Between 2017 and 2021, Pennycook conducted numerous unauthorized searches on police systems, including 42 checks for outstanding warrants in Sandwell and inquiries into 2 HGV thefts in which Kennedy was involved. She also accessed intelligence logs and information about investigations and police operations, some at Kennedy's behest. Evidence revealed that Pennycook was aware of the illegality of her actions. She often instructed Kennedy to delete messages between them and, in February 2021, requested that he obtain a burner phone for their communications. In November 2020, West Midlands Police referred the case to the Independent Office for Police Conduct, which directed an investigation by the force's anti-corruption unit. During the investigation, it was revealed that Kennedy, who had over 18 previous convictions, wanted to end his relationship with Pennycook, but stopped because he found out that she was a police officer. The investigation concluded in October 2021, leading to Pennycook's resignation from the force in July 2021. She was charged with misconduct in public office and pleaded guilty in March 2023. At Birmingham Crown Court, Pennycook was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Kennedy received the same sentence for encouraging or assisting the offenses. During the trial, the court heard that Pennycook's actions had the potential to impede active police investigations and that her behavior constituted a complete betrayal of public trust. As of April 2025, Pennycook has served approximately 4 months of her 4-year sentence. She is currently incarcerated in a UK prison and will be eligible for parole after serving half of her sentence, which would be in December 2026. At that time, she will be 40 years old. Number 1. Officer Valerie Cincinelli. In the spring of 2019, the New York Police Department was shocked by a crime that would have led to the death of 2 innocent individuals. Valerie Cincinelli joined the NYPD in 2007. She dedicated over a decade of her life to the law enforcement agency. She was assigned to the Video Interactive Patrol Enhanced Response Unit, whose members monitor security cameras at city housing projects. However, her personal life was very chaotic. By 2019, she found herself in a bitter divorce and custody battle with her estranged husband, Isaiah Carvalho Jr. At the same time, she was in a volatile relationship with her boyfriend, John DeRoba. Tensions escalated when Cincinelli allegedly began plotting to eliminate both her husband and her boyfriend's 15-year-old daughter. She was driven by jealousy and personal animosity. In February 2019, Cincinelli withdrew $7,000 from a Long Island bank and handed it to DeRoba, her boyfriend, instructing him to find a hitman to carry out the murder of his husband. Unknown to her, DeRoba reported the plot to the FBI when she included the murder of his teenage daughter. He became an FBI confidential informant. Over the next few months, Cincinelli and DeRoba discussed the plan in detail, with Cincinelli suggesting that her husband's murder be staged to look like a robbery near his workplace. She also callously proposed that DeRoba's daughter be run over near her school. On May 17, 2019, the FBI executed a sting operation. An agent, posing as a hitman, sent Cincinnati a photo showing her husband appearing dead in his car. Believing the murder had been carried out, Cincinnati was recorded discussing alibis and instructing Dairuba to delete incriminating messages. She was arrested later that day and charged with obstruction of justice and 2 counts of murder for hire. Facing overwhelming evidence, including audio and video recordings, Cincinnati pleaded guilty to obstruction of justice in April 2021. She admitted to deleting information on her iPhone to impede the federal investigation. During her plea hearing, she expressed remorse, stating that she knew what she did was wrong. On October 29, 2021, Cincinnati was sentenced to 48 months in prison. Having already served 30 months, she was released from prison after 6 months on the ground of good behavior. Number 2, Officer Kim Potter. On April 11, 2021, a seemingly routine traffic stop in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, escalated into a tragic incident. 20-year-old Dante Wright was driving with his girlfriend Elena Albrecht Payton in a white vehicle registered to his brother. They were driving along 63rd Avenue North near Orchard Avenue on their way to the car wash before he was pulled over by 26-year-old Officer Kim Potter, who was being driven by her trainee. Kim Potter had served with the Brooklyn Center Police Department for over 2 decades. She was known among colleagues as a field training officer. She had no prior disciplinary actions on her record. The officers had noticed that the car Wright was driving had an expired registration tag, and an air freshener was hanging from his rearview mirror. As they stopped, the trainee officer reached out to Wright, and he provided his name, but he did not have a driver's license or proof of insurance card. The trainee officer returned to their patrol car, and she later returned with his supervisor after checking their database and seeing that Wright had an open arrest warrant on him, and there was also a protective custody order against him by a woman. The officers then decided to arrest Wright. As the officers tried to detain Wright, he attempted to re-enter his vehicle, but the trainee tried to stop him. During the struggle, Potter, who was carrying her taser holstered on her left side and her gun on her right, to Wright that she would tase him. A few seconds later, Potter drew her service weapon instead of her taser. She shouted, "Taser!" up 3 times before firing a single shot into Wright's chest. Realizing her mistake, she shouted that she grabbed the wrong gun. She collapsed to the ground and placed her head in her hands and stated that she was going to prison as she just shot a child. Wright drove off, but crashed into another vehicle shortly after. After the crash, paramedics were called to attend to him, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. His girlfriend, who was sitting at the passenger seat of the car, was rushed to the hospital. The incident occurred during the trial of Derek Chauvin, the officer convicted of the murder of George Floyd, intensifying public scrutiny and outrage. After the incident, Potter fled her home for safety reasons after her address was leaked on social media. Potter was placed on administrative leave, and a few days later she resigned from the police force. She was arrested and charged with first- and second-degree manslaughter. Her trial commenced in December 2021, where she pleaded not guilty, asserting that the shooting was a tragic mistake, and video of the CCTV camera footage was also played. The prosecution argued that her actions were reckless and negligent, emphasizing her extensive training and experience. After deliberations, the jury found Potter guilty on both counts of manslaughter. The conviction marked a rare instance of a police officer being held criminally accountable for a fatal shooting while on duty. During sentencing, Judge Regina Chu acknowledged the tragedy, stating, "This is one of the saddest cases I've had in my 20 years on the bench." She sentenced Potter to 24 months in prison, with eligibility for supervised release after 16 months. The sentence was notably less than the 86 months recommended by state guidelines. The lenient sentence sparked outrage among Wright's family and the broader community. His mother, Katie Wright, expressed her anguish, stating that Kim Potter murdered her son, and today, the justice system murdered him all over again. The family felt the sentence did not reflect the severity of the loss they endured. Dante Wright was a young father. He was described by family as a loving and joyful individual. Potter was released from prison in April 2023 after serving 16 months. Since her release, she has engaged in speaking engagements at law enforcement conferences, sharing her experience to prevent similar tragedies. These appearances have been met with mixed reactions. Some view them as a step toward accountability and education, while others, including Wright's family, see them as exploitative. Wright's family agreed on $3.2 million settlement with the government. Number 1. 18-year-old Safa Bular. In April 2017, 18-year-old Safa Bular, a British teenager from Vauxhall, London, was arrested for plotting a terror attack on UK soil. At the time of her arrest, she had become the youngest woman in the United Kingdom to be convicted of planning an Islamic State-inspired attack. Her interest in extremism began at the age of 15, while she was studying for her General Certificate of Secondary Education. She had been exposed to jihadist ideology online and through family influences. Her 44-year-old mother, Mina Dich, and her 22-year-old elder sister had both shown signs of radicalization. Safa came into contact with Islamic State recruiter Naweed Hussein, a 30-year-old British fighter originally from Coventry, through social media. The two began an online relationship, exchanging messages and radical content. In August 2016, they held an unofficial online marriage ceremony. By then, she had already attracted the attention of the UK's security services. She had expressed a desire to travel to Syria to join Hussein and fight for Islamic states. Her desire to join him in Syria was obstructed when UK security services placed her under surveillance and prevented her travel. Her passport was confiscated due to earlier concerns about her intentions. Prevented from traveling abroad, she then turned her focus to conducting an attack in the UK, reportedly encouraged by Hussein himself. Hussein, who was under MI5 surveillance, revealed details of a planned grenade and firearm attack to undercover officers posing as fellow extremists. In mid-2017, Hussein was murdered in a targeted drone strike after his messages to her were intercepted by the authorities. In the wake of his death, Safiya pledged to continue his mission. Unaware that she was still being monitored, she shared details of the planned attack with another undercover officer believing him to be Hussein's superior. She disclosed that she intended to carry out an attack on the British Museum in central London. She was then arrested for a travel-related offense. While being held on remand for her initial travel-related offenses, she continued plotting from prison. She communicated with her elder sister using coded language, referring to the attack as a Mad Hatter's Tea Party and calling the weapons cakes. She encouraged her sister to carry out the attack in her place. On April 26, 2017, Rizlaine, her sister, and her mother Mina were seen by police driving around, marking their potential targets for the attack and carrying out reconnaissance around central London landmarks. The next day, they went to a supermarket in Wandsworth and bought a pack of kitchen knives. Their actions were closely tracked by some counter-terrorism officers who intervened before any attack could be launched. Electronic devices seized from their homes revealed a large volume of extremist material and planning-related content. The investigation revealed that all three women, Safiya, Rizlaine, and Mina, had played active roles in what became the UK's first all-female terrorist planned attack linked to Islamic State. A fourth associate, 21-year-old Kaula Barghouti, was also convicted for failing to report the planned attack. In June 2018, Rizlaine Bular pleaded guilty to preparation of terrorist acts and was sentenced at the Old Bailey to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years. Mina Dich received an extended sentence of 11 years and 9 months, which included 6 years and 9 months in custody, and an additional 5 years on license. Kaula Barghouti was sentenced to 28 months imprisonment. Safa Bular's trial took place at the Old Bailey in early 2018. She was convicted of 2 counts of preparing acts of terrorism. First, by attempting to travel to Syria to join IS, and second, by planning the British Museum attack after her travel plans were foiled. During her trial, she wore Western clothing and claimed she had renounced extremism. Her defense argued that she had been groomed by Hussein and heavily influenced by her family. However, the judge rejected the defense's argument that Safiya had been merely manipulated. She acted with open eyes, the judge said. She was old enough to make her own decisions and her own choices. He described her as a bright and very articulate person, and warned that she remained a serious risk to the public. Deputy Assistant Commissioner Dean Hayden of Counter-Terrorism Policing remarked, "All 3 women were filled with hate and toxic ideology and were determined to carry out a terrorist attack. Had they been successful, it could well have resulted in people being murdered or seriously injured." On August 3, 2018, Safa Bular was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 13 years. As of March 2025, Safiya Bular has served nearly 7 years in prison. She was 18 at the time of the crime and will be eligible for release at age 31 after serving the 13-year minimum term. Number 2, Ashley Martinson. On March 7, 2015, in the town of Peel, Wisconsin, 17-year-old Ashley Martinson brutally murdered her 37-year-old stepfather, Thomas Tony Ayers, and her 40-year-old mother, Jennifer Ayers, inside their rural family home. At the time of the murders, Ashley lived in the home with her parents and 3 younger siblings aged 2, 8, and 9. On the morning of March 7, 2015, Ashley Martinson used a short firearm to murder her stepfather by shooting him once in the neck and once in the head. According to court documents, a confrontation had occurred earlier that day when Tony allegedly took away Ashley's car keys and cell phone. This made her severely angry, and she decided to carry out the shooting. After shooting her stepfather, Martinson reportedly locked herself in the bathroom with the firearm. When her mother, Jennifer Ayers, forced her way into the room, Martinson brutally used a knife on her for more than 30 times, leading to her death. The younger children in the home were unharmed. She then locked the 3 children in a bedroom with food and a movie and fled the scene with her 22-year-old boyfriend, Ryan Sisko. The couple drove toward Indiana. Martinson and her boyfriend were apprehended the following day in Boone County, Indiana, after her mother's car was flagged as stolen. Officers took her into custody without incident. During questioning, she admitted to murdering both parents, and subsequently her siblings were found safe inside the room in their home. She was charged with 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide and was initially facing life in prison. She pleaded guilty in July 2016 to 2 counts of second-degree intentional homicide as part of a plea agreement. Ashley Martinson stated in court that her actions were influenced by years of physical and emotional abuse by her stepfather and neglect by her mother. She said Tony Ayers was controlling, physically abusive, and had previously imprisoned her in her room for days as punishment. She also stated her mother failed to protect her from the alleged abuse. In one statement, she stated that she was trapped in the house and did not see any other way out. Prosecutors acknowledged that the home environment was dysfunctional, but emphasized that the killings were premeditated. They presented evidence that Martinson had written an online fiction involving violent fantasies and that she had researched murder methods. The defense presented extensive evidence of Ashley's troubled upbringing, including reports of abuse, neglect, and trauma. Her attorneys argued that she was a victim of prolonged domestic violence and acted out of desperation and fear. The court sentenced her to 23 years in prison, followed by 17 years of extended supervision. The judge acknowledged the abusive environment, but stated that the brutality of the crimes required a substantial sentence. As of May 2025, Ashley Martinson has served approximately 10 years and 2 months in prison. She is currently incarcerated at the Taycheedah Correctional Institution in Wisconsin. She was 17 at the time of the crime. She will be 40 years old when released in 2038, if she serves the full 23-year sentence. Number 3. Christina Lynn Adkins. On August 1, 2006, in Rollin Township, Michigan, 13-year-old Christina Lynn Adkins fatally poisoned her grandmother, 53-year-old Virginia Bentley, by administering a lethal dose of morphine. Christina Adkins had been raised by her grandmother since she was born. On the day of the incident, Adkins took morphine pills prescribed to her grandfather and placed them into capsules of her grandmother's medication. Bentley ingested the altered medication and died at home. Initially, Bentley's death was not deemed suspicious. However, in 2008, Adkins confessed to the crime, stating in court that she stole the pill from his grandfather and exchanged it for her grandmother's pills. She admitted that her intent was to murder Bentley. In October 2008, she pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and possession of morphine. On April 27, 2009, she was sentenced to 30 to 45 years in prison. The judge emphasized on the severity of the crime, noting that Adkins murdered the person who had raised her from infancy. As of May 2025, Christina Lynn Adkins has served approximately 16 years in prison. She is incarcerated at the Huron Valley Complex for Women in Michigan. Her earliest possible release date is December 16, 2037, at which point she will be 45 years old. Number 4. 15-year-old Paris Mayo. On the evening of March 23, 2019, in the town of Ross-on-Wye in Herefordshire, 15-year-old Paris Mayo gave birth alone in the living room of her family home, while her parents and brother were upstairs. The child she delivered, a newborn baby boy, later named Stanley, became the victim of a crime that would shock the nation. Paris Mayo, who was then studying childcare and had experience being around children, did not tell anyone about her pregnancy. She later claimed she did not know she was pregnant until shortly before the birth. According to her testimony in court, she had been dealing with a difficult home environment, especially with her father, Patrick Mayo, who she said made her feel worthless. She described how starting at age 13, she began having intimate relations in an attempt to gain acceptance due to low self-esteem stemming from family issues. On the night of the incident, Mayo gave birth in silence, without the aid of medical professionals, friends, or family. The court later described how she endured labor pains without making any noise, apparently out of fear of waking her parents who were asleep upstairs. At the time, her father, who was seriously ill and on dialysis, was receiving care from Mayo's mother. No one in the house knew she was in labor. Shortly after delivering the baby, Mayo violently assaulted the child. The judge in her case, Mr. Justice Garnham, said the injuries to Stanley were consistent with blunt force trauma, comparable to those seen in high-speed car crashes. The exact method of the initial assault remains unclear, but the judge suspected Mayo may have done some crushing. Despite the severity of the injuries, Stanley survived for at least an hour after birth. At some point after the assault, when he showed signs of life, Mayo stuffed cotton wool balls into his mouth, ultimately suffocating him. She then placed his body inside some item and left it on the doorstep of the family home. The following day, Mayo's mother discovered the body and made an emotional 999 call to emergency services, which was later played during the trial. It was this discovery that brought the crime to light. Within days, Mayo's father passed away unaware of what had transpired in the household just days earlier. A police investigation was quickly launched by West Mercia Police. Mayo initially denied any wrongdoing. She claimed she had not realized she was pregnant until the moment of birth, and that Stanley had hit his head when he fell out during delivery. She said she didn't seek help out of fear that her parents, particularly her father, would be angry and disappointed. During the investigation, experts were brought in to assess Mayo's mental state. One of the prosecution's expert witnesses, forensic psychiatrist Dr. Duncan Harding, faced criticism from the trial judge for showing an apparent bias and stating early in the investigation that Mayo ought to be prosecuted. The case proceeded to trial at Worcester Crown Court, lasting up to 5 weeks. Jurors were presented with the option of returning a verdict of child murder, which would imply that Mayo's mental state was disturbed at the time of the crime. However, they returned a majority verdict of guilty on the charge of murder. During sentencing on June 26, 2023, Mr. Justice Garnham described the case as sad and troubling. He emphasized that although Mayo was immature and frightened, she made the decision to end her Stanley's life. He stated that she knew that she was pregnant and about to give birth about an hour before she did so. The court acknowledged that Mayo had not planned the murder in advance, but determined that she made a conscious decision in the moment. The judge noted aggravating factors, including the extreme vulnerability of the victim and the abuse of trust inherent in the relationship between a mother and her child. In mitigation, her defense counsel described Mayo as a pathetic and vulnerable individual who was overwhelmed by the situation and lacked proper support. Paris Mayo, now 19 at the time of sentencing, was given a life sentence with a minimum term of 12 years for the murder of her son, Stanley. She was sent to a young offender institution. As of March 2025, Paris Mayo has served nearly 2 years of her life sentence. She was 15 at the time of the crime. If released after serving the minimum term, she will be around 27 years old at the time of release. Number 5. 14-year-old Jamie Silvanek. Jamie Silvanek was 14 years old at the time of the incident in Upper Macungie Township, Pennsylvania. She became one of the youngest females ever charged with criminal homicide in Lehigh County. Raised in a suburban household by her parents, Jamie lived a relatively quiet life prior to the crime. Her relationship with 20-year-old Caleb Barnes, a U.S. Army soldier stationed at Fort Meade, Maryland, drew growing concern from her mother, Cheryl Silvanek. On the evening of March 14, 2015, her mother Cheryl drove Jamie and Caleb Barnes to a concert in Scranton, Pennsylvania. After the event, the trio returned home in the early morning hours of March 15th. Surveillance footage later showed the group returning to the family's Upper Macungie residence. Her mother parked the vehicle, a Ford Expedition, in the driveway. According to court testimony, once the vehicle was stopped, Barnes, who was seated in the back seat, attacked Cheryl. Jamie remained in the front passenger seat during the attack. Caleb Barnes brutally used a knife on Cheryl multiple times in the different parts of her body until she died. After the attack, the two individuals moved the body to the back of the SUV. They later drove to a wooded area where they attempted to dispose of Cheryl's body by dragging it into a ditch and covering it with dirt and snow. The body was discovered the next day by authorities after Cheryl was reported missing. The two were arrested. Text messages retrieved from Jamie's phone revealed that the murder had been premeditated. Jamie had repeatedly encouraged Barnes to murder her mother. Messages included phrases such as, "She needs to go," and "I want her gone." These messages, sent in the days leading up to the murder, became central to the prosecution's case. Following their arrest, both Jamie Silvanek and Caleb Barnes were charged in connection with the homicide. Barnes was charged with criminal homicide, abuse of a corpse, and statutory assault. Jamie was charged as an adult with criminal homicide, conspiracy, and related offenses. Legal counsel for Jamie initially attempted to have the case moved to juvenile court, citing her age and mental state. The court declined. Jamie eventually accepted a plea deal and pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. As part of the agreement, she agreed to testify against Barnes. At his trial in 2017, Jamie described the events of the night, stating that Barnes murdered her mother in the SUV's driveway. She told the court that she was inexorably, ineffably in love with Barnes and had urged him to commit the crime. Despite her testimony, Barnes maintained that Jamie was the one who murdered Cheryl after announcing that she was pregnant with his child. He claimed he only helped dispose of the body afterward. The jury rejected Barnes's account. He was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Jamie Silvanek was sentenced to 35 years to life in prison. During sentencing, her attorney described her as a deeply troubled teenager, manipulated by an older man. Prosecutors, however, maintained that Jamie was a willing and active participant in the planning and execution of the crime. During the sentencing phase, Jamie showed visible emotion during parts of the proceedings, particularly when speaking about her mother. She stated in court that although she did not physically murder her mother, her actions and intent were equally responsible. Following her sentencing, Jamie was incarcerated at SCI Muncie, a state correctional institution in Pennsylvania that houses female inmates. In 2019, at age 18, she sought a new trial through her attorneys. They argued that her previous legal representation failed to present adequate evidence of her psychological condition and background, leading to what they described as a distorted perception of her as manipulative and savvy beyond her years. Her former attorney defended his work, stating that he had presented expert witnesses in an attempt to have her tried as a juvenile. He noted that once the judge refused to transfer the case, his legal options were limited. The district attorney's office did not support a reduced charge or lesser plea. As of March 2025, Jamie Silvanek remains incarcerated at SCI Muncie. She has served approximately 10 years of her 35 years to life sentence. She will not be eligible for parole until she has served at least 35 years, making her earliest possible release date around 2050, when she will be 49 years old. Number 6. 18-year-old Trinity Shockley. On February 14, 2025, in Mooresville, Indiana, 18-year-old Trinity Shockley was arrested and charged in connection with a planned school shooting at Mooresville High School. Authorities stated that the plot was scheduled to occur on Valentine's Day, exactly 7 years after the deadly Parkland school shooting in Florida. No individuals were physically harmed, but the incident raised alarm due to its extensive planning and the intent behind it. Trinity Shockley was also a senior at Mooresville High School. There were no victims to the attack, as the planned attack was stopped before it could occur. According to law enforcement, Shockley had been planning the attack for over a year and had shared intentions with others via Discord. The investigation began when an anonymous tip was submitted through the Sandy Hook Promise Say Something anonymous tip line on Monday, February 10, 2025. The tipster reported that a friend had access to an AR-15 rifle, had just purchased a bulletproof vest, and had expressed admiration for Nicholas Cruz, the perpetrator of the 2018 Parkland school shooting. The tipster also indicated that Shockley had made threatening statements, including "Parkland Part 2" and "I'm shooting him," referring to a friend who was allegedly among the planned targets. The FBI traced the Discord messages back to an IP address registered to Shockley. This information was shared with the Morgan County Sheriff's Office and subsequently relayed to the Mooresville Metropolitan Police Department. Authorities acted quickly. On February 11th, school officials were notified and a proactive response plan was initiated for the following school day. On February 12th, police executed a search warrant at Shockley's residence. Inside, they found notebooks filled with writings about mass shootings, including a statement that read, "I cannot stop thinking about Nicholas. I love you, Nicholas." A large collage of mass shooters, including Nicholas Cruz, Dylan Roof, and Randy Stair, was taped to a wall in Shockley's bedroom. 3 safety pin-style buttons featuring the same individuals were attached to the backpack Shockley carried to school. The backpack also contained notebooks featuring swastikas, the word murder, and repeated phrases such as die, die, die. Investigators also found several AR-15 magazines, a box of .40 caliber bullets, and a soft body armor vest in a room belonging to Shockley's father. While police found ammunition and gear, the affidavit did not confirm that a firearm was present or in Shockley's immediate possession at the time of the arrest. Before the investigation, Shockley had been experiencing multiple personal crises in the months leading up to the incident. According to court documents, her mother had recently passed away. In a breakdown at school on February 11th, Shockley reportedly expressed feelings of despair and fear about her future. The death of her mother appeared to be a significant emotional trigger. Additionally, she had been injured in an earlier car accident caused by a drunk driver. After learning that the driver had died, Shockley blamed herself for the incident, according to the probable cause affidavit. The same day of the breakdown, Shockley visited a school counselor and disclosed an intimate attraction and emotional connection to Nicholas Cruz. She allegedly told the counselor that she wanted to have children with Cruz and had even named them. The counselor reported this to the school administration, and law enforcement took immediate action. Shockley was arrested without incident and taken to the Morgan County Jail, where she was held without bond. During her initial court appearance, she reportedly asked about how long she would be in jail if no one paid her bond. The judge explained that she would remain in custody until her case was resolved, unless bond was paid. Shockley was charged with conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit intimidation, and 2 terrorism-related offenses. Authorities praised the tipster, school officials, and law enforcement agencies for their swift and coordinated response, which prevented a potential tragedy. As of May 2025, Trinity Shockley remains in custody at the Morgan County Jail awaiting trial. She has served approximately 3 months in pre-trial detention. If convicted on all charges, she faces decades in prison. Should she be sentenced to the maximum potential prison term, she would likely remain incarcerated into her late 40s or beyond. Number 7. Maricela Nicolasa Diaz. On November 10, 2009, 15-year-old Maricela Nicolasa Diaz and her 19-year-old boyfriend Alexander Salgado murdered 16-year-old Jasmine Guevara in rural Hanson County, South Dakota. Maricela Diaz and Alexander Salgado met in Indiana when Diaz was 13 and Salgado was 19. Their relationship was marked by abuse. Salgado physically assaulted Diaz and was involved in one of her attempted self-harm. Despite intervention from Child Protection Services, Diaz continued to see Salgado, and they had a child together in July 2009. In October 2009, they moved to South Dakota. While in South Dakota, they met 16-year-old Jasmine Guevara. Although Diaz suspected that Jasmine Guevara and Salgado were secretly having an affair, the couple instead made plans to murder her and burn the evidence. On the day of the incident, she asked Guevara for a ride for herself and Alexander Salgado to Walmart to purchase lighter fluid under the guise of having a cookout or bonfire. Instead of the cookout, the 2 lovers lured Jasmine Guevara to a remote area. Once there, they brutally used the knife on Jasmine Guevara multiple times and placed her in the trunk of her car. The vehicle was then set on fire while Guevara was still alive. The same lighter that she drove them to buy was the exact one they used in lighting her car up. An autopsy confirmed that she died from smoke inhalation. Authorities responded to reports of a car fire and discovered Guevara's body in the trunk. Diaz and Salgado were arrested shortly after. Salgado pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in August 2010 and received a life sentence without parole. Diaz's case proceeded to trial. She was initially charged in juvenile court, but was later transferred to adult court. Her defense argued that she was under Salgado's influence and highlighted her age and history of abuse. The prosecution presented evidence of premeditation and active participation in the murder. In January 2015, Diaz was convicted of first-degree murder and kidnapping. She was sentenced to 80 years in prison. As of March 2025, Maricela Diaz remains incarcerated in South Dakota. She was 15 at the time of the crime and will be eligible for release in her 90s, effectively serving a life sentence. Number 8. Megan Dakota Grunwald. On January 30th, 2014, 17-year-old Megan Dakota Grunwald was involved in a deadly crime spree that resulted in the death of Utah County Sheriff Corey Ride and the injury of Deputy Greg Sherwood. Grunwald was driving a pickup truck with her 27-year-old boyfriend, Jose Angel Garcia Jorregui, as a passenger. Officer Ride stopped to assist the couple, believing their vehicle was disabled. After checking out the vehicle, Officer Ride went back to his car and said was checking out stuff on his computer. While Ride was in his patrol car, Garcia Jorregui then brought out a firearm and shot Officer Ride up to 7 times. While still firing the shots, Megan Grunwald, the driver of their truck, sped away, leaving Officer Ride in the pool of his own blood, and later he died from the injuries sustained from the wounds. Grunwald then led law enforcement on a high-speed chase through multiple counties. During the pursuit, Garcia Jorregui, her boyfriend, again shot and injured Deputy Sherwood. The chase only ended when her boyfriend was shot and subsequently died during the chase. Grunwald was arrested and initially convicted in 2015 on multiple charges, including aggravated murder, and sentenced to life in prison. However, in 2020, the Utah Supreme Court overturned her aggravated murder conviction due to errors in jury instructions. In 2021, she accepted a plea deal, pleading guilty to manslaughter and aggravated assault on a police officer. She was sentenced to 2 consecutive terms of 1 to 15 years, totaling a maximum of 30 years in prison. As of May 2025, she has served approximately 11 years of her sentence. She remains incarcerated in Utah. Her eligibility for parole will be determined by the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. Number 9. Morgan E. Geyser. On May 31, 2014 in Waukesha, Wisconsin, 12-year-old Morgan E. Geyser and her classmate Anissa Wire lured their friend Peyton Leutner, who was also 12, into a wooded area and brutally used a knife on her for over 19 times. The attack was part of a plan to appease the fictional character, Slender Man. Leutner survived the attack. On the day of the incident, Geyser and Wire invited Leutner for a sleepover. The next morning, they took her to a nearby park under the pretense of playing hide-and-seek. In the woods, Geyser took out a kitchen knife and used it on Leutner, while Wire encouraged her to keep going. After the attack, the girls then left Leutner, who managed to crawl to a nearby path, where a cyclist found her and called 911. Leutner was then hospitalized with life-threatening injuries, but miraculously, she survived. She later gave up the names of the attackers, and they were arrested. During police interviews, Geyser and Wire stated they believed that murdering Leutner would make them servants of Slender Man and prevent him from harming their families. Geyser was later diagnosed with an early-onset childhood mental disorder. Both girls were charged as adults. In 2017, Geyser pleaded guilty to attempted first-degree intentional homicide and was found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. She was sentenced to 40 years in a mental health institution. Wire received a 25-year sentence under similar terms. As of May 2025, Morgan Geyser has served approximately 11 years of her sentence. In January 2025, a judge granted her conditional release from the Winnebago Mental Health Institute. However, as of April 2025, her release has been delayed due to concerns about the proximity of her proposed residence to the victim's home. A new release plan is under review, with a hearing scheduled for early June 2025. Number 10. 17-year-old Janine Gonzalez. Janine Gonzalez, 17 years old at the time of the crime, was originally from Buffalo, New York. She was the younger sister of a man who had been romantically involved with two women, 30-year-old Ashley Bocanegra and 27-year-old Antonetta Stevens. In August 2024, Gonzalez had recently relocated to Georgia, where she was residing with Stevens, who was engaged to her brother. On the afternoon of August 11, 2024, at approximately 1 p.m., law enforcement officers responded to a call from an apartment complex near 2900 Buford Drive in Gwinnett County, Georgia. Investigators later determined that earlier that day, Gonzalez and Stevens had used Stevens' fiancé's phone to lure Ashley Bocanegra, her brother's mistress, to the residence. Bocanegra, a mother of one, arrived at the location unaware of the premeditated plan awaiting her. Upon her arrival, Bocanegra was immediately confronted by both Gonzalez and Stevens. A physical altercation started on the road to their home. Stevens led the attack while Gonzalez filmed the incident on her phone. During the confrontation, the two women beat Bocanegra and dragged her by her hair down a street. Eyewitnesses and video evidence later showed Stevens yelling threats, including, "I will murder you," during the assault. Gonzalez's participation in the physical violence appeared limited to pulling Bocanegra's hair, but her involvement in orchestrating and facilitating the encounter was confirmed by authorities. After the altercation, despite her injuries, Bocanegra managed to get to a hospital. She was admitted with severe trauma, but her condition quickly worsened. She died just hours later. The hospital alerted local law enforcement, who then initiated an investigation into the incident. It was also reported that her cell phone had been taken during the incident. Following the attack, Gonzalez and Stevens were not immediately located. However, investigators quickly identified both women as suspects. They were found at their apartment later the same day and taken in for questioning. During her police interview, Stevens expressed minimal remorse, stating, "She died? Okay, wow, I'm so sorry about that. That was not my intention," while also trying to blame the victim. Gonzalez, by contrast, initially laughed during her interview and appeared surprised upon learning she was being charged, and later defending herself by saying, "All I did was pull her hair." Both women were arrested and charged with aggravated battery, robbery, and felony murder. The case proceeded to trial in early 2025. The charges were later reduced through a plea agreement to voluntary manslaughter and robbery by force. Gonzalez and Stevens each pled guilty and were sentenced to 20 years in prison. There was no publicized appeal filed by either defendant. During sentencing, neither woman expressed significant emotion. Gonzalez, still a teenager at the time, appeared stunned by the outcome, but did not issue a formal statement. In court, her attorney emphasized her age and argued she had not intended to cause fatal harm. The judge, however, upheld the sentence based on Gonzalez's role in luring the victim and facilitating the attack. During the trial proceedings, members of Bocanegra's family expressed grief over the loss. Her mother described Ashley as a caring daughter and devoted mother who did not deserve such a senseless and violent end. Following sentencing, both women were transferred to Arendale State Prison, a facility for women located in Alto, Georgia. There, Gonzalez began serving her sentence alongside Stevens. According to Department of Corrections records, Gonzalez did not speak to media or issue a public apology. No family statements were released on her behalf. As of March 2025, Janine Gonzalez remains incarcerated at Arendale State Prison. She has served less than 1 year of her 20-year sentence. She was 17 years old at the time of the crime and will be approximately 37 years old upon completing her sentence, assuming she serves the full term without early release. Number 11. 15-year-old Cretia Beyonce Stroud was a schoolgirl living in Walker, Newcastle. She had a history of childhood instability and had been using some hard substances since the age of 8. Reports presented during her trial noted that she lacked structure and routine at home, had witnessed violence growing up, and frequently acted without clear boundaries. Despite her young age, Stroud became involved in a violent and premeditated criminal act that would result in 1 death and 1 severe injury. On the evening of April 27, 2023, at a residence on Elliott Drive in Felling, Gateshead, Stroud orchestrated a fatal home invasion. The target was Gary Belfield, a 40-year-old man who had been in a relationship with Stroud's half-sister. The incident stemmed from a dispute over a dog that Stroud believed rightfully belonged to her half-sister, but had remained with Belfield after their separation. Stroud arranged for 2 17-year-old males, Leandro Lopes and Jordan Tams, to carry out the assault. The 2 arrived at the home wearing masks and armed with knives and a screwdriver. At approximately 8 p.m., they forced their way inside while Stroud remained outside. Inside the living room, Gary Belfield and his son, Luke Williams, aged 21, were preparing to leave after eating a takeaway meal. Luke Williams was the first to encounter the attackers. As he approached the hallway, he was struck in the face, then used a knife on multiple times. Williams managed to escape the home and fled to a nearby petrol station where he shouted for help and collapsed covered in blood. Staff at the station called emergency services. Inside the home, Gary Belfield was subjected to a sustained and brutal attack. He was used a knife on 11 times. Several of the wounds caused internal damage to his vital organs and major blood vessels. Despite efforts by emergency responders, Belfield was declared dead at the scene. Stroud was seen on CCTV in the area during the time of the attack. In subsequent conversations, she bragged about the incident, claiming to have seen it through a window, describing the scene with graphic detail. All 3 were arrested shortly after the incident. During police interviews, Stroud denied orchestrating the attack, insisting she was not involved in planning or encouraging it. However, the evidence presented at Newcastle Crown Court demonstrated otherwise. Prosecutors argued successfully that she was as culpable as the individuals who entered the home, citing her role in initiating and planning the crime. In January 2025, Cretia Beyonce Stroud, now 16, was found guilty of murder and attempted murder. The presiding judge sentenced Stroud to detention at Her Majesty's pleasure, the juvenile equivalent of a life sentence with a minimum term of 17 years before parole eligibility. Her co-defendants, Leandro Lopes and Jordan Tams, both 17 at the time, were also convicted of murder and attempted murder. Each received a minimum sentence of 26 years in custody. During the sentencing hearing, Stroud appeared tearful, but did not make any formal statement of remorse. As of March 2025, Cretia Beyonce Stroud. She has served approximately 2 years in custody, including time on remand. She will be eligible for parole in 2040, by which time she will be 32 years old. Number 12, 16-year-old Chloe Coplin. On November 6, 2023, in the small town of Gordon, Nebraska, 16-year-old Chloe Coplin Anderson, who was a high school student residing with her parents in a small town in Sheridan County, gave birth alone in her bedroom. Within moments of delivering her newborn son, she took a kitchen knife and used it on the child, leading to his death few minutes after. The baby's name was never publicly released. According to the arrest affidavit, Chloe had concealed her pregnancy from everyone, including her family. Her parents, unaware of the situation until the delivery, were in the house at the time. They believed the child died from natural cause based on Chloe's initial statements, but on a closer look, they sensed a foul play. Her father called 911, reporting that the child was not breathing, and it was too late to save him. When law enforcement arrived at the home, Chloe's mother broke down and told officers that Chloe had hurt him. She pointed to visible marks on the child's body and indicated suspicion that a knife was used for the actions. She also told officers she had seen her daughter take a knife from the kitchen drawer earlier that day, which was now missing. Officers initially conducted a visual search but did not locate the weapon. Later that same day, they were called back to the residence when Chloe's father discovered a bloodied kitchen knife hidden in his daughter's closet. That knife was consistent with the injury to the victim. Authorities arrested Chloe and charged her initially with first-degree murder, child abuse resulting in death, and use of a deadly weapon to commit a felony. The case quickly drew attention statewide due to the nature of the crime and the age of those involved. As the investigation continued, Chloe's defense team presented mitigating factors. Her attorney told the court that Chloe had suffered abuse by family members and that the trauma had contributed to her mental state. Two defense witnesses testified that Chloe was diagnosed with multiple mental health conditions, including post-traumatic stress disorder and major depressive disorder. He also disclosed that Chloe became pregnant at the age of 15 and that the baby's father was 19 at the time. In Nebraska, intimate activity between a person aged 19 and someone aged 15 or younger constitutes assault under state law. Court filing stated that no adult in Chloe's life had intervened or provided her with support during her pregnancy, and she had not received any prenatal care. She gave birth alone in her bedroom, without notifying anyone. In August 2024, Chloe Coplin Anderson reached a plea agreement with prosecutors. She pleaded no contest to a single count of second-degree murder in exchange for the state dropping the original charge of first-degree murder, as well as the two additional charges. Under Nebraska law, second-degree murder is punishable by 20 years to life in prison. On April 24, 2025, Chloe Coplin Anderson, now 18, appeared in Sheridan County District Court for sentencing. The judge sentenced her to 35 to 60 years in prison. She was given credit for the time she had already served in jail, over 500 days. During the sentencing, the defense reiterated the mental health challenges Chloe faced and the lack of intervention or support from adults. However, the court determined that the crime warranted significant prison time given the intentional murder of an innocent victim. Chloe did not speak during sentencing. As of March 2025, Chloe Coplin Anderson has served just over 500 days in prison. She will be eligible for parole after serving 35 years. She was 16 years old at the time of the crime and will be at least 51 years old by the time she becomes eligible for release. Number 13. Natasha Ellis. On May 23, 2019, 15-year-old Natasha Ellis carried out a fatal stabbing in New Carlisle, Ohio. The attack resulted in the death of 36-year-old Lee A. Moore and injuries to Moore's husband and 17-year-old son. Ellis, then 15, planned the attack with her 13-year-old friend, Moore's daughter. They discussed the plan via Instagram messages leading up to the incident. On the night of May 23rd, Ellis entered the Moore residence on North Church Street and brutally attacked Lee A. Moore multiple times, resulting in her death. She also attacked Moore's husband, Paul Greer, and their 17-year-old son, though both of them survived. Ellis was initially charged with aggravated murder, attempted murder, and felonious assault. She pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity but was later found competent to stand trial. In June 2020, Ellis entered a plea deal, pleading guilty to murder and attempted murder. The other charges were dropped. In July 2020, Judge Douglas Rastatter sentenced Ellis to 15 years to life for the murder charge and an additional 7 to 10 years for attempted murder to be served consecutively. This results in a minimum of 22 years in prison. As of May 2025, Natasha Ellis has served approximately 5 years of her sentence. She is incarcerated at the Ohio Reformatory for Women. Number 14. Samantha Heath. On January 26, 2014, in Allenstown, New Hampshire, 18-year-old Samantha Heath attempted to murder her close friend, Andrea Jasmine Halverson, who was also 18 years old. Samantha Heath and Andrea Halverson had been close friends for long, and on the day of the attack, Heath invited Halverson to Bear Brook State Park. Once in a secluded area, Heath brutally used a knife on Halverson 16 times, nearly leading to her death. A passing vehicle interrupted the assault, prompting Heath to flee. Halverson was found and received emergency medical treatment, surviving the attack. Following the attack, Heath was arrested and agreed to testify against her boyfriend, Kyle Buffum, who was identified as the mastermind behind the attack. Investigators uncovered over 70 pages of text messages between Heath and Buffum, detailing plans to murder Halverson and another individual, as well as intentions to commit additional crimes. In 2014, Heath pleaded guilty to attempted first-degree murder. She was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison, with the possibility of 5 years being suspended for good behavior and demonstrated rehabilitation. Buffum was later convicted of accomplice to attempted murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and criminal solicitation. Number 15. Morgan Amanda Leppert. On April 30, 2008, in Glen St. Mary, Florida, 15-year-old Morgan Amanda Leppert and her 22-year-old boyfriend, Toby Lowry, were involved in the murder of 66-year-old disabled man, James Thomas. The incident triggered a multi-state manhunt. On the morning of that day, Morgan Leppert and Toby Lowry arrived at the home of James Thomas, a man who had taken Lowry in as a guest weeks earlier. According to court records, Lowry and Leppert planned to steal Thomas's car to flee the state. Lowry attacked Thomas with a metal rod, beating him severely. Leppert later admitted to helping tie Thomas up with duct tape and assisting in cleaning the crime scene. The couple placed a plastic bag over Thomas's head and suffocated him and left him. After the murder, Lowry and Leppert stole Thomas's vehicle and fled Florida. His body was later found inside the house after a concerned family members requested a welfare check. Neighbors reported that Thomas had mobility issues and walked with a cane. One neighbor told police that he was the kindest man and he didn't deserve the treatment he got from the kids. The crime scene raised immediate red flags due to blood evidence, signs of a struggle, and the victim's missing vehicle. Surveillance footage later showed the couple attempting to withdraw money from the victim's bank account. A nationwide manhunt began, and the FBI added both suspects to their most wanted list. Authorities used ATM activity and sightings to track their movements. The pair were finally arrested in San Antonio, Texas, on May 5, 2008, just 5 days after the murder. They were found sleeping in the stolen vehicle. Morgan Leppert was extradited to Florida to face charges of first-degree murder, armed robbery, and grand theft auto. Initially, prosecutors considered seeking the death penalty for Lowry, but not for Leppert due to her age. In a plea agreement, Leppert pled guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 40 years in prison in 2011. During the hearings, the prosecution emphasized her active participation in the crime. Prosecutors also introduced evidence of Leppert's writings and drawings expressing interest in criminal behavior, which they argued showed premeditation. The defense portrayed Leppert as a vulnerable teenager under the influence of an older, controlling man. Her attorneys pointed to her diagnosis of bipolar disorder and depression, along with a history of abuse. They argued that she was manipulated and coerced by Lowry. She did not testify at trial, but issued a written apology expressing regret for her role in the crime. Lowry was later convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. As of May 2025, Morgan Leppert remains incarcerated at a Florida correctional facility. She has served 14 years as of her sentence. She was 15 years old at the time of the crime. Under her 40-year sentence, she will be eligible for release at age 55. Number 16. Rachel Marie Wade. On April 14, 2009, 19-year-old Rachel Marie Wade fatally murdered 18-year-old Sarah Rose Ludeman in Pinellas Park, Florida. The incident occurred because both girls were involved in a months-long romantic rivalry over the same man, 19-year-old Josh Camacho. Rachel had previously dated Camacho. After their breakup, Camacho began a relationship with Sarah Ludeman. The rivalry between Rachel and Ludeman escalated over several months. Police had already intervened in 6 incidents involving Ludeman and Camacho due to public arguments and suspected domestic abuse. Camacho had punched Ludeman during one argument, but she declined to press charges. Rachel also began harassing Ludeman shortly after learning about her relationship with Camacho. She left multiple hostile and threatening voicemails for Ludeman. Ludeman also reported that Wade would show up at her workplace to provoke her. In one incident, she told police that Rachel had called her repeatedly and left threats on her voicemail. On the night of the murder, Rachel was at home alone, reportedly waiting to hear from Camacho. Meanwhile, Camacho was at his house with Sarah Ludeman playing video games. While outside walking her dog, Wade claimed Ludeman drove by and yelled, "Stay away from my man!" Rachel said she felt afraid and called a former boyfriend, Javier Laboy, who invited her to his house. She grabbed her purse, took a steak knife from a kitchen drawer, and left. Around 11 p.m., she arrived at Laboy's house where she met him and a friend. At the same time, she sent Camacho messages. According to witness testimony, Wade then made threats via speakerphone, telling Camacho and Ludeman that she was going to murder them. Shortly before midnight, Ludeman left Camacho's house with his sister to drive to McDonald's. At a stop sign, they ran into a friend who informed them that Rachel was at Laboy's house. Ludeman decided to confront her. On their way to the house, they also received more threat messages from Rachel. Still, Ludeman pulled up at Laboy's house and spotted Rachel talking to Laboy and his friend. On getting there, Rachel claimed Ludeman abruptly braked, nearly hitting her, and then exited her vehicle with her fists raised. She said she was scared and immediately used the knife on Ludeman once in the shoulder and once in another body part. However, witnesses including Camacho's sister testified that Ludeman never exited the vehicle. They claimed Wade approached the van and attacked unprovoked. After the attack, Wade reportedly threw the knife over a neighbor's house and said calmly, "I'm done." Mortally wounded, Ludeman managed to call Camacho, telling him that she'd been stabbed. He ran home and informed her father. Together, they rushed to the scene. Ludeman was transported to Northside Hospital, where she died from her wound at 2:20 a.m. Shortly after, Rachel was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. On September 3, 2010, she was sentenced to 27 years in state prison. As of March 2025, she remains incarcerated at the Lowell Correctional Institution's Lowell Annex in Florida. Wade was 19 years old at the time of the crime and will be 46 upon completing her sentence. Number 17. Leslie Garcia Juarez. On the morning of December 29, 2020, Gwinnett County Police responded to a report of a shooting at an apartment complex on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth. Upon arrival, officers found 22-year-old Adaf Amable suffering from at least one gunshot wound. He was transported to a local hospital, where he later died from his injuries. The investigators determined that the shooting was not a random act, but appeared to be domestic-related. They identified 16-year-old Leslie Garcia Juarez as a suspect. She was arrested on December 31, 2020, and charged as an adult with aggravated assault and felony murder. Nearly a year before she was caught, Leslie was also implicated in another crime she committed on December 30, 2019, when the body of 19-year-old Osiel Montano was discovered in an abandoned apartment at the Spring Lake apartment complex on Chase Common Drive in Norcross. Montano had also died from a single gunshot wound to the head. The Norcross Police Department requested assistance from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the homicide investigation. After a lengthy investigation, they linked Leslie Garcia Juarez to Montano's death. On March 19, 2021, while she was already in custody for the 2020 shooting, she was charged with felony murder and aggravated assault in connection to Montano's death. In both cases, she was charged as an adult. As of May 2025, Leslie Garcia Juarez has been in custody since December 31, 2020, and has served approximately 4 years and 5 months. Number 18. Emma Cusack. On June 29, 2023, 17-year-old Emma Cusack fatally shot 36-year-old Charlie Satrustegui in a hotel room at the Luxor Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Emma Cusack and Charlie Satrustegui met approximately 2 months prior to the incident through the dating app Bumble. They maintained periodic communication before agreeing to meet in person during Satrustegui's visit to Las Vegas from Glendale, California. On June 28, 2023, Satrustegui picked up Cusack and brought her to his room at the Luxor Hotel and Casino. They consumed a lot of drinks together, reportedly taking about 8 shots of vodka each. Later that night, Satrustegui showed Cusack his firearm, which he kept in the room. In the early hours of June 29th, Satrustegui allegedly asked Cusack to leave the room due to her persistent coughing. An argument started between them during which Cusack claimed she felt threatened. She took Satrustegui's firearm and shot him twice in the head. After the shooting, she took his wallet, keys, and multiple phones. She disposed of the firearm in a trash can near Rainbow Boulevard and Charleston Boulevard. Later that morning, she called the police, stating that she had shot someone and was willing to turn herself in. Upon receiving her call, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department officers responded to the 12th floor of the Luxor Hotel, where they found Satrustegui deceased from gunshot wounds to the head. Cusack was taken into custody on July 26, 2023, her 18th birthday. During her arrest, she reportedly stated that she didn't mean to shoot him. Initially, she told investigators that she acted in self-defense, fearing an attack from Satrustegui. However, when confronted with inconsistencies in her account, she admitted to taking the firearm with the intent to rob him, stating that she was desperate, had no money, and did not want to return to jail. She was then charged with open murder, robbery, and grand larceny of a motor vehicle. She was held without bail at the Clark County Detention Center. In September 2024, as part of a plea agreement, she pleaded guilty to second-degree murder with the use of a deadly weapon. Judge Jacqueline Bluth sentenced her to a prison term ranging from 11 to 27.5 years. She is also required to pay over $15,000 in restitution to the victim's family. As of May 2025, Emma Cusack has served approximately 1 year and 10 months of her sentence. She will be eligible for parole in 2033 at the age of 28. Number 19. Christy Parisian. On October 17, 2021, in Miramar, Florida, 17-year-old Christy Parisian participated in the premeditated murder of 18-year-old Dwight D.J. Grant, a fellow student at Miramar High School. The crime was orchestrated alongside classmates Andre Clements, who was also 17 at the time, and 16-year-old Jaslyn Smith. The motive behind the murder came from a romantic rivalry. Clements was reportedly upset that Grant had engaged in a consensual relationship with his ex-girlfriend. According to police reports, Parisian lured Grant from his apartment with the promise of an intimate bedroom encounter. Once in a stairwell of the apartment complex, Clements and Smith ambushed him. Clements attacked Grant with a sword and a knife and inflicted fatal wounds to his body parts. Smith assisted in restraining Grant during the assault. After the attack, the trio attempted to conceal the crime by disposing of the body behind nearby bushes and attempting to clean the scene. Shortly after, they were arrested and charged. The investigation revealed incriminating evidence, including surveillance footage and text messages. Messages from Clements to Parisian included incriminating statements. Parisian and Smith were arrested and charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and tampering with evidence. In August 2024, Parisian pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and tampering with evidence. She was sentenced to 25 years in prison, followed by 10 years of probation. Smith received an identical sentence. Clements later pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and received a 40-year prison sentence, followed by lifetime probation. As of May 2025, Christy Parisian has served approximately 9 months of her 25-year sentence. She remains incarcerated in a Florida state prison. If she serves her full term, she will be 42 years old upon release. Number 20. Shaila Camila Hernandez Rivas. On February 19, 2023, in the Stead neighborhood of Reno, Nevada, 14-year-old Camila fatally stabbed 14-year-old Chloe Edwards during a prearranged physical altercation. The incident was captured on multiple video recordings. The confrontation came from ongoing tensions between the two teenagers, reportedly involving social media exchanges. On the day of the incident, Chloe Edwards, accompanied by her older sister and friends, went to Hernandez Rivas's residence on Soft Winds Drive to engage in a physical fight. Shortly after the altercation began, Camila produced a knife and used it on Edwards' body parts. Edwards' companions immediately transported her to their nearby home on Red Baron Boulevard, where she collapsed in the front yard. Emergency responders were contacted, but they were unable to revive her. Camila was arrested and charged shortly after. In December 2023, she pleaded guilty to challenge to fight with a deadly weapon, resulting in death. During sentencing in February 2024, Washoe County District Judge imposed a 50-year prison term, mandating a minimum of 20 years before eligibility for parole. The judge cited the severity of the crime and the availability of video evidence as factors influencing the sentence. Prosecutors highlighted her behavior following the incident, including a recorded statement where she declared that she carried out the act as indicative of a lack of remorse. The defense presented testimony from a forensic psychologist who assessed her as emotionally and cognitively immature, with a mental age of an 11-year-old. The psychologist also noted a history of depression and substance use, beginning in early adolescence. Her mother testified that her daughter was not the aggressor and suggested that evidence supporting this claim was not fully considered during the proceedings. As of May 2025, Shaila Camila Hernandez Rivas has served approximately 2 years and 3 months of her sentence. She remains incarcerated in Nevada and will be eligible for parole in 2043 at the age of 34. Number 21. Nicole Jackson. On June 1, 2021, 15-year-old Nicole Jackson Maldonado engaged in an armed standoff with law enforcement in Deltona, Florida. The incident began when Jackson and a 12-year-old boy escaped from the Florida United Methodist Children's Home. They then broke into a nearby residence where they discovered firearms and ammunition. Inside the home, they vandalized property and armed themselves with the homeowner's weapons. When Volusia County Sheriff's deputies arrived in response to the burglary, they were met with gunfire from the occupants. Jackson Maldonado was identified as the primary shooter during the standoff. After multiple attempts to negotiate a peaceful surrender, Jackson Maldonado exited the house and fired a shotgun at deputies, prompting them to return fire, and subsequently injured her. She was arrested and charged in adult court with multiple offenses, including attempted first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, armed burglary, and criminal mischief. Initially, she rejected a plea deal offered in July 2022. However, on January 27, 2023, just days before her scheduled trial, she accepted a plea agreement. Under the terms of the deal, she pleaded no contest to the charges and was sentenced to 20 years in prison, followed by 40 years of probation. Her co-defendant, the 12-year-old boy, was then prosecuted in juvenile court. He entered a no-contest plea and was sentenced to a juvenile facility with the possibility of release before his 21st birthday. As of May 2025, Nicole Jackson Maldonado has served approximately 2 years and 4 months of her 20-year sentence. She remains incarcerated in a Florida state prison. Given the length of her sentence, she will be 35 years old upon release, followed by a 40-year probation period extending into her mid-70s. Number 22. 15-year-old Sienna Pecor. Sienna Rose Pecor was 15 when she walked out of her house, took her mother's silver Toyota Corolla without permission, and began racing west on Mason Street. In the front passenger seat was 17-year-old Cruz Beltran. They both had no driver's license between them and no plan except speed. Traffic cameras later showed the Corolla weaving through evening traffic at more than 110 miles per hour in a 35-mile zone. Seconds before 6:30 p.m., the traffic light at Mason and Oneida turned yellow. Pecor, believing she could beat the signal, accelerated. A northbound SUV lawfully entered the intersection. The Corolla struck the SUV broadside with catastrophic force. Investigators calculated impact speeds of around 116 to 123 miles per hour. The Toyota folded. Cruz Beltran died at the scene from massive blunt force trauma. 2 occupants of the SUV were injured, but survived. Green Bay police, arriving within minutes, found Pecor dazed outside the wreckage. Bodycam footage recorded the officer asking why she had been driving so fast. Pecor answered that she did not know. She denied racing or being pressured and said she did not believe she had surpassed 100 miles per hour. A preliminary breath test showed no alcohol. Officers soon learned she had no license and that the vehicle was listed to her mother, who thought the car was still in their driveway. Crash scene reconstruction relied on Walgreens and Shell gas station security cameras. Analysts measured that the Corolla traveled more than triple the posted limit. Prosecutors later emphasized that the distance from Pecor's home to the crash site was less than 2 miles, stating that the fatal speed was reached in under 60 seconds. Because Wisconsin law places homicide-related charges in adult court for defendants 10 and older, Pecor was booked into the Brown County Jail. The complaint charged first-degree reckless homicide, first-degree recklessly endangering safety, hit and run involving death, and taking a vehicle without consent. A judge later approved housing her in an isolated juvenile block within the adult facility. In February 2024, after negotiations, Pecor pleaded guilty to second-degree reckless homicide and second-degree recklessly endangering safety. The remaining counts were dismissed, but read in for sentencing. At the plea hearing, she said only, "I accept responsibility." Her sentencing took place on the 12th of April 2024 before Brown County Circuit. The judge sentenced her to 9 years in prison, citing Pecor's age, unstable home life, and remorse. Pecor addressed the court through tears. "I understand there are consequences for every action, and I will carry this forever. My intentions were never to hurt anyone. I am not the person this makes me out to be." Cruz Beltran's family filled the gallery. 2 sisters read statements describing birthdays and holidays spent without him. His mother, Michelle Saldana, turned to Pecor and said, "I forgive you because we all make mistakes, but the hole in my heart will never close." Her sentencing condition includes obtaining a GED, maintaining full-time employment, 300 hours of community service, speaking to high school assemblies about reckless driving, and paying $13,285.19 in restitution. As of May 2025, Sienna Pecor has served just over 2 years of her 9-year sentence at Taycheedah Correctional Institution. She remains incarcerated with 6 years and 10 months remaining in her prison term, after which she will begin 6 years of extended supervision. Number 1. Carly Gregg. On March 19, 2024, in Brandon, Mississippi, Ashley Smiley, a 40-year-old high school math teacher, was at home when her 14-year-old daughter, Carly Gregg, took out a firearm from their bedroom and fatally shot her. The incident occurred after Ashley confronted Carly about her use of certain substances, leading to a heated argument and finally resulting in her death. After the shooting, she invited a friend over and showed her mother's body. She then lured her stepfather, Heath Smiley, home through text messages, intending to ambush him. Upon his arrival, Carly shot him in the shoulder, but he survived the attack and managed to disarm her. During her trial, the defense argued she suffered from mental health issues, including depression and hearing voices. However, after 4.5 days of trial, Carly was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Number 2. Isabella Guzman. The relationship between 18-year-old Isabella and her mother, Yunmi Hoy, had not been going well, escalating to the point where she sought police assistance due to her daughter's increasingly threatening behavior. On the day of the murder, Guzman sent her mother an email stating, "You will pay." That evening, in August 2013, as her mother showered, Guzman's stepfather, Ryan Hoy, heard a commotion and his wife calling his name. Rushing upstairs, he found the bathroom door blocked. After briefly retreating to call 911, he returned to see Isabella exiting the bathroom, holding an object and walking past him without a word. Inside, Yunmi Hoy lay lifeless, having been brutally injured 79 times. Immediately after the incident, Isabella fled, but was apprehended the following day. During her trial, she pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. Psychiatrists diagnosed her with schizophrenia, noting she experienced severe delusions, including believing her mother was not her real mother. In 2014, the court accepted her plea and committed her to the Colorado Mental Health Institute. In 2020, she sought release, claiming her mental health had improved. However, the court denied her request, ruling that she remained a public safety risk. Number 3. Sierra Halseth. In April 2021, 16-year-old Sierra Halseth and her 18-year-old boyfriend, Aaron Guerrero, conspired to murder Sierra's father, Daniel Halseth, in Las Vegas. The couple had been dating since June 2020, and their parents had forbidden the relationship after discovering the teens' plan to run away together. On April 9th, concerned family members contacted authorities after being unable to reach Daniel. Responding officers discovered Daniel's body in the garage. An autopsy revealed he had suffered over 70 wounds. Investigators found receipts for saws and gloves used in the crime and surveillance footage, showing the couple using Daniel's debit cards to make the payment. The couple fled Nevada in Daniel's car, heading toward Salt Lake City, Utah. They were apprehended days later after purchasing train tickets. On Sierra's phone, police discovered a video where they joked about the murder with no remorse. Sierra, being a minor, was ineligible for the death penalty. In October 2022, Sierra and Aaron were sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 22 years. Number 4. Sophia Koval. On May 23, 2024, in Lauderdale Lakes, Florida, 14-year-old Sophia Koval was at home with her 79-year-old grandmother while her father was visiting a friend. Upon returning, Sophia's father discovered his mother unresponsive on the floor, with bruises all over her body. Emergency responders transported her to the hospital, where she was pronounced dead. Sophia initially claimed self-defense, saying her grandmother scratched her, so she struck her with a belt multiple times. Further investigation revealed that Sophia also used her grandmother's walker to beat her. She reportedly told her father, "She was already dying. I helped her die." The medical examiner ruled Yevgenia's death a homicide. Sophia was charged as an adult with manslaughter and pleaded no contest. She was sentenced to Florida's maximum risk juvenile program for up to 3 years, followed by community supervision until age 21. After completing her sentence, Sophia, a Ukrainian citizen, is expected to be deported. If she violates her terms, she could face up to 15 years in adult prison. Number 5. Natasha Wallen Cornett. Natasha described herself as a Satan worshiper. On April 6, 1997, 18-year-old Natasha Cornett and her 5 teenage companions embarked on a journey from Pikeville, Kentucky, aiming to start a new life in New Orleans, fleeing their troubled pasts. During their trip, they stopped at a rest area in Greenville, Tennessee, where they encountered the Lillelid family. The Lillelids, devout Jehovah's Witnesses, engaged the group in conversation, sharing their faith. Seizing an opportunity to acquire a more reliable vehicle, the group decided to carjack the family's van. Violently, they forced the Lillelids into their own van and directed them to a secluded area. There, the family was lined up near a ditch. Then, 14-year-old Jason Bryant, who was the youngest in the group, shot the Lillelids. The husband, wife, and one of their children died instantly, while the last child survived, but was left permanently disabled. After the shootings, the teenagers abandoned their vehicle and fled in the Lillelids' van. 2 days later, they were apprehended. Facing charges of first-degree murder, all 6 individuals accepted plea deals to avoid potential death sentences. Natasha Cornett, despite not being the shooter, received 3 life sentences without the possibility of parole. Number 6. Tess Dam. In 2007, 15-year-old Tess Dam convinced her 17-year-old boyfriend, Brian Grove, to murder her mother, Linda Dam, in their Colorado home. Tess claimed her mother was abusive and neglected her. On the day of the incident, Tess and a friend, Jared Smith, waited outside in their getaway car. Grove entered the home and severely carried out the act on Linda, using a knife on her 18 times. After the incident, the group hid Linda's body in the trunk of her car and spent days attempting to dispose of it, including failed attempts to bury her at a cemetery. Police discovered the body during a welfare check. All 4 teenagers were arrested shortly thereafter. Tess pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 23 years, while Grove received 40 years. In 2020, Tess Dam was granted parole after serving just over 10 years of her sentence. She was released at age 28. Number 7. Scarlett Jenkinson. In February 2023, 15-year-old Scarlett Jenkinson and her friend, 15-year-old Eddie Ratcliffe, orchestrated the premeditated murder of 16-year-old Brianna Gay in Culcheth, Cheshire, England. Scarlett had previously been transferred to Birchwood Community High School, where she met Gay. She developed an obsession with Gay, expressing desires to kill her so she would always be with her. Both Scarlett and Ratcliffe harbored fascinations with violence. She consumed content about serial killers and accessed dark web videos, while Ratcliffe collected knives and had purchased the murder weapon during a trip to Bulgaria. On February 11, 2023, Jenkinson lured Gay to Culcheth Linear Park under false pretenses. There, Gay was ambushed and fatally stabbed over 28 times. The brutality of the attack and the young ages of those involved shocked the community. Both assailants were arrested the following day and charged with murder. In December 2023, they were convicted. Jenkinson received a life sentence with a minimum term of 22 years, and Ratcliffe received a minimum of 20 years. Number 8. Jordan Jobson. On August 2, 2007, in Wallsend, North Tyneside, 15-year-old Jordan Jobson, under the influence of drinks and substances, became involved in a street altercation. During this incident, 18-year-old Samantha Magin, a new mother who had given birth just 2 months prior, attempted to intervene to defuse the situation. Jobson, armed with a knife, attacked Samantha. Tragically, Samantha died of her injuries at the scene. Following the attack, Jobson was arrested and charged with murder. Despite her plea citing intoxication and lack of intent, the jury found her guilty of murder. Initially sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 15 years, Her sentence was later reduced to 11 years upon appeal. After serving her sentence, Jobson was released on license in December 2020. However, within 6 months, she was recalled to prison for breaching her license conditions. As of May 2021, Jobson remained in custody, awaiting a parole board review to determine her suitability for re-release. Number 9. Charlie K. Ely. In April 2011, 18-year-old Charlie K. Ely became involved in the brutal murder of 15-year-old Seth Jackson in Summerfield, Florida. Ely lived alone and had allowed several individuals to stay at her home, including Michael Bargo, Amber Wright, Kyle Hooper, and Justin Soto. A plan was devised to lure Seth to Ely's residence for them to carry out the act on him. Amber Wright, Seth's ex-girlfriend, contacted him under the pretense of rekindling their relationship. When Seth arrived at Ely's home, he was attacked by Bargo, Hooper, and Soto. They beat him, shot him multiple times. The group then sort of cremated the body. Ely was accused of providing the location for the murder and assisting in the plot. She claimed she participated under duress, stating she was threatened at gunpoint to comply, but was convicted and sentenced to life without parole. In 2020, her conviction was overturned due to ineffective counsel. She pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, received a 10-year sentence, and was released. Since her release, she has kept a low profile. Number 10. Cassandra Bjorga. In April 2017, 17-year-old Cassandra Bjorga and her 19-year-old boyfriend, Johnny Ryder, murdered Cassandra's grandparents in their Lawrenceville, Georgia home. They planned the attack carefully, waiting for the lights to go out before entering. They beat the elderly couple with a baseball bat, then fatally used a knife on them. After the murders, they sealed the room with caulk to contain the smell and hosted parties while the bodies were still there. About a week later, police discovered the crime during a welfare check. Authorities tracked the couple to an apartment, and they were arrested. In February 2018, both pleaded guilty to murder and aggravated assault. They were sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms, with the possibility of parole after 60 years. Number 11. Frenecha Torres. In October 2018, 17-year-old Frenecha Torres, along with her accomplices, Khalil Miller and Nicholas Evans, orchestrated a robbery that led to the tragic death of 21-year-old William Tunches in Gwinnett County, Georgia. The group lured Tunches to a secluded area under the pretense of a transaction. Once there, they ambushed him, stealing his cell phone and cash. During the confrontation, Tunches was fatally shot. His body was later discovered by children walking along a trail, prompting a police investigation. Authorities swiftly identified Torres, Miller, and Evans as suspects. They were arrested and charged with felony murder, aggravated assault, and armed robbery. At her court appearance, Torres appeared stunned upon hearing the severity of the charges against her. The case drew significant media attention due to the ages of the perpetrators and the senseless nature of the crime. As of now, specific details regarding the trial outcomes and current sentences of Torres and her accomplices remain undisclosed. 18-year-old Princess Owusu Ansah. On February 2, 2023, 18-year-old Princess Owusu Ansah of Royston, Hertfordshire, entered the home of her former friend, also 18 years old, in East Dulwich, South London. The visit was not a friendly one. Owusu Ansah accused the victim of having an intimate affair with her boyfriend. Within minutes, the confrontation turned violent, leading to a disturbing attack that was live-streamed on Snapchat. Owusu Ansah had previously been friends with the victim, and the two shared a personal history. However, tensions escalated following rumors of an alleged romantic involvement between the victim and Owusu Ansah's boyfriend. That day, Owusu Ansah let herself into her former friend's home. The victim, unaware of what was about to happen, found herself ambushed in her own bedroom. The attack began when Owusu Ansah went live on Snapchat. and started filming on her phone. She started punching the victim, who scrambled to protect herself by hiding under a duvet in the corner of the room. During the ordeal, Owusu Ansah shouted that to the victim to say sorry and apologize for trying to have an affair with her man, while still recording the victim's injuries. She then boiled a kettle of water, walked back to the bedroom, and brutally poured the liquid over the girl's body as she screamed in pain. The violence did not stop there. Owusu Ansah picked up a knife and started using it on the victim's leg while continuing to record the attack. After a while, she struck the blade against the wall and yelled at the lady, telling her not to piss her off and shining the knife on her face. As the victim pleaded for her life, Owusu Ansah grinned at the camera and continued the assault. Along with the physical violence, Owusu Ansah deliberately smashed sentimental items in the room, including a photograph of the victim's deceased mother. The assault only ended when the victim managed to escape the house and run into the street to seek help. A member of the public who saw the video circulating on Snapchat contacted the police. Officers responded quickly, and the victim was taken to King's College Hospital in South London. Her injuries, though serious, were assessed as non-life-threatening and not life-changing. Owusu Ansah was arrested shortly after and charged with grievous bodily harm with intent and criminal damage. She pleaded guilty at Croydon Magistrates Court on March 6, 2023. During the court proceedings at Inner London Crown Court, the victim submitted a statement describing the lasting impact of the attack on her life. During the sentencing, Owusu Ansah did not visibly react. She did not make a public statement during the court proceedings, nor did she address the victim in court. However, in a post-sentencing interview conducted by probation staff, she stated that she acted out of betrayal and emotional distress, citing feelings of humiliation and anger. She did not express direct remorse for her actions at the time of sentencing, though she acknowledged that recording and sharing the incident was wrong in hindsight. On May 9, 2023, Princess Owusu Ansah was sentenced to 3 years in a Young Offenders Institute for grievous bodily harm with intent and criminal damage. As of March 2025, she has served approximately 2 years in custody. She was 18 years old at the time of the crime and will be 21 by the time of her release, assuming full sentence completion. 16-year-old Jelena Jane Bedrijo Almario. In May 2016, 16-year-old Jelena Jane Bedrijo Almario of Hanford, California, was arrested for orchestrating a human trafficking operation involving minors. Almario's activities went on for several weeks and involved recruiting 4 girls between the ages of 14 and 15. She connected with these individuals through friends, acquaintances, and social media platforms. Once contact was established, Almario would post their photographs on various websites to solicit clients to send them to in order to make money off them. After the client makes their choice, she will then transport the girls to motels along Highway 99 in Tulare County, where they met with clients. The popular name for the business she was running was pimping. The victims would often leave home for weekends or a few nights to participate in these activities without informing any of their loved ones or relatives. The operation came to the attention of law enforcement when the mother of one victim received threatening messages from Almario while searching for her daughter. This prompted an investigation by Hanford police, leading to Almario's arrest. Detective Richard of the Hanford Police Department identified Almario as the primary suspect in the case. He noted that individuals like Almario often exploit vulnerable youths by initially presenting themselves as friends before manipulating them into exploitative situations. Almario faced charges in Kings County Superior Court, including trafficking of a minor, sending threatening communications to a family member of one of the victims, and making terrorist threats. Despite being a juvenile at the time, she was tried as an adult due to the severity of the offenses. On July 3, 2017, 2 days after her 18th birthday, she was sentenced to 13 years in state prison. After the sentencing, she was transferred to the Central California Women's Facility in Chowchilla, California. As of May 2025, she has served approximately 8 years of her 13-year sentence. Given her age at the time of sentencing, she is currently 25 years old, and she is expected to be released at the age of 31. Number 1. Kemia Nekana Hassel. On the night of December 31, 2018, 22-year-old Army Specialist Kemia Nekana Hassel orchestrated the murder of her husband, 23-year-old Army Sergeant Tyrone Hassel III. The two met in 2015 at Fort Carson, Colorado, and had a son together. The shooting occurred outside his father's home in St. Joseph Township, Michigan, while he was on military leave visiting family. Kemia and Tyrone, both stationed at Fort Stewart, Georgia, had returned to Michigan for the holidays. That evening, Tyrone had gone to a family gathering, while Kemia remained at home with their 1-year-old son. At approximately 11 p.m., Tyrone returned to the house to bring Kemia some food. As he stood near his vehicle in the driveway, he was ambushed and shot multiple times. Kemia dialed 911 and reported the shooting, appearing distraught and pretending to not having a foreknowledge of the incident. Witnesses described her as emotionally shaken, even attempting to get into the ambulance as paramedics treated her husband. However, her demeanor and background soon came under scrutiny. Police began their investigation by interviewing neighbors. One witness reported seeing a man fleeing the scene and entering a black vehicle. Meanwhile, Kemia was interviewed multiple times. She claimed to have no knowledge of who could have targeted her husband and mentioned she was due to receive $400,000 in Army life insurance benefits. The case took a turn 11 days later when an anonymous caller told the police that her son, who was also in the military, had heard rumors of an affair between Kemia and another soldier. The Army's Criminal Investigation Division became involved, and 2 soldiers at Fort Stewart came forward with concerns about Specialist Jeremy Queller, a 24-year-old soldier stationed with Kemia. According to the CID special agent, Queller had told fellow soldiers that Kemia Hassel was his girl, and that Sergeant Hassel had to go. Investigators discovered that Queller had obtained 2 firearms from another soldier. One weapon matched the caliber used in Tyrone's murder. Queller also reportedly described the shooting in graphic detail to a friend, claiming he stood over him and put one in his head to confirm the murder. Surveillance of Cuellar led to the discovery of a black Chevy Impala with 9mm ammunition and magazines inside. The license plate placed the vehicle in Michigan at the time of the shooting. On January 11, 2019, Cuellar was arrested but refused to cooperate. That same day, Michigan police confronted Kemia with information about her relationship with Cuellar. She denied any involvement and agreed to a polygraph test. When told she had failed, she eventually confessed. Kemia admitted to an affair with Cuellar and detailed their plot to murder her husband. She signed a written confession and was arrested on January 12, 2019, the day of Tyrone's funeral. In jailhouse phone calls, Kemia told her mother that she had plotted the whole thing. These calls were recorded and presented in court. Prosecutors also used phone records to show that Kemia and Cuellar had been in contact throughout the day of the murder. At trial, the prosecution emphasized Kemia's motive, which was to eliminate her husband so she could continue her relationship with Cuellar and receive the life insurance payout. The defense, led by attorney, argued that Kemia was manipulated by Cuellar and would not have participated in the crime had she never met him. Kemia was found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and conspiracy to commit murder on July 18, 2019. She was sentenced on August 29, 2019, to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As of May 2025, Kemia Hassel has served 6 years and 4 months in prison. She remains incarcerated in Michigan and is not eligible for release. She was 22 at the time of the crime and will remain in prison for life. Number 2, Susan Lawrence. Susan Lawrence was 59 years old at the time of the incident. She was a longtime resident of Ocala, Florida. She was described by neighbors as a woman with a pattern of complaints, known for frequently calling law enforcement over noise and perceived disturbances in the neighborhood. Prior to the fatal incident, Lawrence had been involved in an ongoing disputes with neighbors, specifically Ajike A.J. Owens, a 35-year-old black mother of 4 who lived nearby. On June 2, 2023, an altercation occurred between Lawrence and Owens's children. The children were just 10 and 13 at the time. The incident reportedly began when the children were playing in a field adjacent to Lawrence's residence. According to witness accounts and later court testimony, Lawrence threw a roller skate at one of the boys and attempted to strike the children with an umbrella. After hearing about the altercation from her children, Owens went to Lawrence's home to confront her. Owens approached the closed and locked front door and knocked. Several witnesses confirmed she knocked loudly and shouted for Lawrence to come outside, but no witnesses or surveillance audio captured any verbal threats. At approximately that moment, from inside her home, and without opening the door or confirming who was present, Susan Lawrence fired a single round through the metal front door using a lawfully owned hand firearm. The bullet struck Owens in the upper body. She collapsed and died shortly after in front of her 10-year-old son, who had accompanied her to the residence. Lawrence was not immediately arrested. A Ring doorbell camera captured part of the confrontation. The footage did not show Owens attempting to force entry into the home. After the incident, Marion County Sheriff initially delayed Lawrence's arrest, citing Florida's Stand Your Ground law, which allows a person to use deadly force if they believe their life is in imminent danger. The delay in arrest, along with the circumstances of the case, led to protests and widespread criticism from Owens' family and civil rights advocates. Lawrence was arrested several days later. During questioning, she stated that she felt like she was in an imminent danger, indicating that Owens was so angry when she approached her home. Investigators found that Lawrence had previously searched for information about Florida's self-defense laws online. She also owned 2 legally purchased firearms. No evidence supported the claim that Owens attempted to enter the home or posed an imminent threat. The state attorney decided against charging her with second-degree murder, citing a lack of sufficient evidence to prove intent beyond a reasonable doubt. This decision was met with heavy criticism from the public, who argued that the act of firing blindly through a closed door was consistent with reckless disregard for human life. The trial commenced in August 2024 and was held before an all-white jury in Marion County. Prosecutors presented evidence that Lawrence could not see Owens through the closed door when she fired, and had already conducted internet searches on Florida's self-defense statutes prior to the shooting. Surveillance footage from a nearby Ring doorbell supported that Owens had not attempted to break into the home. Lawrence declined to testify in her own defense. Her attorneys argued that she feared for her life, citing Owens's loud knocking and yelling, and invoked self-defense. However, the jury found that Lawrence's decision to fire without clear identification of a threat constituted aggravated manslaughter. After 2.5 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a guilty verdict on August 16, 2024. On November 25, 2024, the judge sentenced Lawrence to 25 years in state prison for the manslaughter of Ajike Owens. The judge noted the presence of Owens's child at the scene as an aggravating factor in the sentence. Following sentencing, Lawrence remained restrained, and she expressed no remorse in open court, but maintained through her attorneys that she believed she was in imminent danger at the time of the shooting, and no formal apology was recorded. After the sentencing, she was transferred to Lowell Correctional Institution. As of March 2025, Susan Lawrence remains incarcerated at Lowell Correctional Institution. She has served 10 months of her 25-year sentence. At the time of the crime, she was 59 years old. She will be 84 years old if she serves her full sentence and is released in 2049. Number 3. Nicole Cristina Aguilar. Nicole Cristina Aguilar was 25 years old when she became involved in a case that would lead to the death of her 5-year-old son, Dominic Patrick Aguilar. Originally from Boca Raton, Florida, Cristina had recently entered a relationship with 26-year-old Daniel Garcia. They met through an online dating platform and quickly moved in together and combined their families, including sharing custody of their respective children. In mid-2021, Cristina and Garcia relocated from Florida to San Antonio, Texas, where they stayed in a Wood Spring Suites extended stay hotel near Joint Base San Antonio. According to testimony and law enforcement documents, the abuse began shortly after they arrived in San Antonio. Garcia took on a disciplinary role toward Dominic, allegedly punishing the child harshly and frequently. Cristina had been present as Garcia repeatedly physically abused her son over the course of several weeks, but she didn't make any move to stop it. These assaults allegedly included punches to the different parts of the body. One injury to the jaw was so severe that Dominic wore a mask in public to conceal it. On the night of July 24, 2021, Garcia reportedly struck Dominic with such force that the boy bounced off the wall and collapsed. Cristina stated that later that evening, Dominic vomited a dark-colored liquid. Cristina did not seek for any medical attention for him. According to her statements, she failed to act out of fear of losing her relationship with Garcia, and subsequently, that night, her son died. In the early morning hours of July 25th, the hotel surveillance footage captured Garcia carrying Dominic's lifeless body down a stairwell. The couple then placed the boy's body into a vehicle and began a drive to Colorado. Cristina testified that the decision to bury Dominic in Colorado was hers. She had once promised her children they would see snow, and she believed Colorado was a beautiful place. The couple buried Dominic in a ravine near Berthoud Pass, a mountainous area at 11,307 feet elevation. After the burial, the couple crossed into Mexico and traveled to Costa Rica, where Cristina was born. While there, her mother asked her where Dominic was, and she confessed to her mother about what had happened. Her mother then contacted the San Antonio Police Department. On August 25, 2021, she returned to the United States, and she accompanied the FBI agents and her mother to the burial site in Colorado, where Dominic's body was recovered. An autopsy revealed visible trauma to the child, though the final cause of death was not immediately released. On August 28, 2021, she was formally arrested in Palm Beach County, Florida. Daniel Garcia had been taken into custody the previous day in Miami-Dade County. Both were extradited to Texas. She was charged with injury to a child causing serious bodily injury by omission, a first-degree felony under Texas law. Initially, she faced the possibility of a life sentence. However, on May 8, 2024, she entered into a plea agreement with Bexar County prosecutors. In exchange for her testimony against Daniel Garcia during his murder trial, she received a 15-year sentence. During Garcia's trial, which began on May 21, 2024, Cristina took the stand as the prosecution's first witness. She testified that Garcia had taken over disciplinary duties in their household soon after their relationship began. She described the progression of physical abuse against her son and admitted that she failed to intervene or seek medical attention, citing her desire to maintain the relationship. In response to questions about why she did not leave Garcia or report the abuse, she said she feared being alone and prioritized her relationship. Text messages between Aguilar and Garcia presented in court showed continued expressions of affection from her during the time Dominic was being abused. According to court records, she showed visible emotion but remained composed throughout the proceedings. Her cooperation with authorities, including guiding investigators to the burial site, was noted as a mitigating factor by prosecutors. She was transferred to the Christina Melton Crane Unit, a women's correctional facility in Gatesville, Texas. As of March 2025, she has served approximately 3.5 years of her 15-year sentence. She was 25 years old at the time of the offense and will be eligible for parole consideration under Texas law after serving at least half of her sentence pending good behavior and other institutional factors. If released at the earliest eligibility date, she would be 32 years old. Number 4. Sarah Boone. 42-year-old Sarah Boone was in a romantic relationship with Jorge Torres Jr. The couple lived together and shared an apartment located just north of Orlando. Boone was a former real estate professional. She had no previous felony convictions, but was involved in a volatile, repeated cycle of domestic violence with Torres. Records indicated that Jorge Torres Jr., also 42, had been arrested up to 4 times for alleged physical abuse against Boone, and Boone had also been arrested once in July 2018 for battery by strangulation during a mutual altercation. In each case where Torres had been arrested, Boone later bailed him out of jail. Despite the repeated incidents, the couple continued to live together and reportedly had ongoing problems with alcohol abuse. Their relationship was marked by mutual accusations of physical harm, substance abuse, and frequent altercations. On the morning of February 24, 2020, Boone called 911 and reported that her boyfriend was dead. She explained to Orange County Sheriff's Office deputies that the night before the incident, they had been drinking and playing hide-and-seek. While playing the game, Boone said Torres voluntarily climbed into a suitcase as part of the game and zipped it. She claimed they were both laughing about it, and she went upstairs and fell asleep, forgetting that he was inside the suitcase. Boone was brought in for questioning on February 25, 2020. During the interview, she reiterated her claim that the suitcase incident was part of a game. She said she believed Torres could get out of the suitcase on his own. However, deputies quickly found inconsistencies in her story. Sheriff's Office initiated an investigation, and Boone voluntarily surrendered her mobile phone, which led to the discovery of 2 video recordings from the previous night. In the videos, Torres could be heard pleading for help and repeatedly stating that he could not breathe. Boone responded with laughter and comments referencing past abuse and infidelity, including phrases such as, "This is what it feels like when you cheat on me." The videos contradicted Boone's account of the incident being a harmless game. At one point in the footage, Boone explicitly stated, "That's for everything you've done to me," and mocked him while he struggled. After playing the videos, Boone told investigators she had no memory of recording the videos. The medical examiner ruled Torres' cause of death as homicide by suffocation. The next day, Boone was officially arrested and charged with second-degree murder. She was held without bail in Orange County Jail. Over the following years, the case experienced numerous delays due to factors such as the COVID-19 pandemic and natural disasters, including Hurricane Milton. She went through 8 different defense attorneys, 7 of whom were court-appointed. Several withdrew, citing irreconcilable differences, and at one point she was found to have forfeited her right to court-appointed legal representation. In July 2024, she submitted a handwritten advertisement to the court seeking a new lawyer. The document gained media attention, and she eventually retained private attorney James Owens. Owens entered discussions with the prosecution about a possible plea deal, wherein Boone would plead guilty to manslaughter in exchange for a 15-year sentence. Boone rejected the offer. She maintained throughout pretrial proceedings and the trial that she was a victim of long-term domestic violence and claimed she had acted out of fear. Her trial began on October 14, 2024. The prosecution argued that Boone acted with malice and intent to punish Torres. The defense argued that she suffered from battered woman syndrome and acted while under psychological distress caused by sustained abuse. In her own testimony, Boone stated that she had been trying to break away from the relationship and that she did not intend for Torres to die. On October 25, 2024, following less than 2 hours of jury deliberation, Boone was convicted of second-degree murder, and she was sentenced to life imprisonment in the Florida Department of Corrections. As of March 2025, Sarah Boone remains incarcerated at Lowell Correctional Institution in Marion County, Florida. She has served 5 years of her life sentence. At the time of the crime, Boone was 42 years old. She is not eligible for parole under her current conviction. Number 5. Julissa Angelica Genrich. Julissa Angelica was 29 years old when she fatally shot her 6-year-old son, Eli Hart, inside her car in a parking lot at Lake Minnetonka Regional Park in Minnetrista, Minnesota, on May 20, 2022. Thaler, a resident of Spring Park, had recently regained full custody of her son after a prolonged and contentious legal battle with Eli's father, Torrey Hart. Thaler had a history marked by mental health challenges and substance abuse. Law enforcement had responded to her residence over 20 times within a span of 10 months. She had previously lost custody of Eli in October 2020 and again for the majority of 2021. During that time, Eli lived in foster care and with relatives for a total of 457 days. Despite repeated warnings from concerned family members and professionals, custody was reinstated to Thaler on May 10, 2022, just 10 days before the murder. According to investigators, Thaler purchased a shotgun in mid-March 2022 and had asked a store clerk for ammunition that would blow the biggest hole. She then went to a firearm range over 2 separate days to practice shooting. A friend who accompanied her to the range later confirmed to police that she had been learning to use the weapon and concealed it in a gray blanket when traveling from her apartment. On the night of May 19th, Thaler had an argument with Eli reportedly because he refused to go to bed. She retrieved the firearm, wrapped it in the gray blanket, and placed it in her car. She then left the apartment with Eli. The following morning, officers with the Orono Police Department observed Thaler driving erratically in Mound, Minnesota. Her car was missing a tire. The rim was scraping the road, and the rear windshield was shattered. During the stop, officers noted blood on her hands, a spent firearm shell in the vehicle, and further signs of damage. Nonetheless, they released her after impounding the vehicle, and even drove her home. A later search of the car revealed Eli's body in the trunk, wrapped in a blanket. He had suffered multiple firearm wounds. A child's car seat in the vehicle showed signs of damage from shots fired, and human remains were also found on the roadway, leading back to the site of the incident, tracked through the damage left by her tireless rim. Thaler was arrested shortly thereafter, while leaving her apartment on foot. Police observed blood in her hair, and she did not provide any explanation for her son's death at the time of her arrest. On May 24, 2022, Thaler was formally charged with second-degree intentional murder. The charge was later upgraded to first-degree premeditated murder. The Hennepin County Court found her mentally competent to stand trial. She was offered a plea deal early in the proceedings that would have required her to plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a 40-year prison sentence. Thaler rejected the offer. Her trial began in early 2023. During proceedings, the defense argued that while Thaler may have been involved in her son's death, the prosecution had not proven that she physically pulled the trigger. They pointed to a lack of direct eyewitnesses or surveillance footage. However, Assistant Hennepin County Attorney presented overwhelming circumstantial and forensic evidence, including DNA traces of Eli found on Thaler's hair, skin, and clothes, as well as cell phone data linking her to all relevant locations. On February 8, 2023, after less than 2 hours of deliberation, a Hennepin County jury found Thaler guilty of first-degree murder. The mandatory sentence for this charge in Minnesota is life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Thaler was formally sentenced on February 16, 2023. During the sentencing hearing, she did not make a formal statement. She showed minimal emotion throughout the proceedings. Her demeanor during the trial was described as restrained, and she declined to testify in her own defense. Her attorney did not call any witnesses. Following her conviction, public response focused largely on systemic failures within child protective services. Torrey Hart, Eli's father, filed a lawsuit alleging that social workers ignored repeated warnings about Thaler's mental state and capacity to care for her child. As of 2025, Julissa Thaler remains incarcerated at the Minnesota Correctional Facility, Shakopee. She has served just over 2 years of her life sentence. She was 29 years old at the time of the crime and will remain imprisoned for life without the possibility of release. Number 6. Elizabeth Archibek. Elizabeth Archibek was 29 years old when her son, 6-year-old Deshaun Martinez, was reported dead from severe starvation in their apartment in Flagstaff, Arizona. Elizabeth lived in an apartment shared with her partner, Anthony Martinez, their children, and Anthony's mother, Ann Martinez. The incident was reported to authorities on March 2, 2020, when Deshaun's grandmother, Ann Martinez, called 911 and stated that she believed her grandson was unresponsive and couldn't move. When the police officers from the Flagstaff Police Department arrived at the residence, they found Deshaun deceased and severely emaciated. He weighed only 18 pounds at the time of death. The detective who examined the scene described the conditions as some of the worst she had encountered in her career. She testified that Deshaun appeared to be only skin and bones, and that his brother's ribs and spine were clearly visible. An autopsy later confirmed that the boy had died from severe starvation. The death was ruled a homicide. Further investigation revealed that Deshaun and his older brother had been confined to a 21 by 25-inch closet for approximately 16 hours a day. According to statements from Archibek and Anthony Martinez, the boys were punished in this manner because they would steal food during the night. The closet where he and his brother were confined smelled strongly of bad odor from urine, with only a piece of plastic on the floor to lie on. Initially, both parents claimed that Deshaun's condition was the result of a medical issue or from ingesting diet or caffeine substances. Later interviews with law enforcement contradicted this, as they later admitted to restricting the children's food and locking them in the closet. The couple stated the boys were allowed limited food and were punished for what they saw as bad behavior. The couple's 2 younger daughters, ages 4 and 2, were found in good health and had not been subjected to the same treatment. The brother who survived described the regular denial of food and long hours of confinement. He later displayed trauma-related behavior and was frequently asking when he would be allowed to eat and keeping snacks close at all times. Elizabeth was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, child abuse, and kidnapping. Her partner, Anthony Martinez, and his mother, Ann Martinez, were also charged in connection with the case. All 3 were to be tried separately. Anthony and Ann Martinez both pleaded not guilty. In May 2023, she entered a plea agreement with the prosecution. She pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and child abuse, avoiding a trial. Under the terms of her plea, she was ineligible for probation, parole, or work release. Her public defender, Christine Brown, argued that Elizabeth had experienced significant trauma in her life. She cited her substance addiction since birth, a history of abuse from her partner and mother-in-law, and an untreated mental health issues. The defense argued that she had been emotionally and physically controlled by Anthony and Ann and felt powerless to protect her children. As part of the agreement, she accepted the maximum sentencing parameters possible under Arizona law. The judge sentenced her to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge stated that the severity of the crime required that she spend the rest of her natural life in prison with no possibility of conditional release was granted. During her brief statement in court, she accepted responsibility and expressed remorse, stating that a huge part of her died, along with her beautiful child, that day. She did not deny her role in the abuse, nor did she attempt to deflect blame. In the sealed pre-sentencing documents, which were kept confidential to protect the privacy of the surviving children, details reportedly indicated that she felt more free in jail than she had while living with Anthony, her husband. She reportedly felt a sense of relief that her surviving children were now in safer environments. According to testimony from the foster mother caring for Deshawn's siblings, the trauma endured by the surviving children was extensive. The brother exhibited severe anxiety related to food and required constant reassurance. One sister reportedly took 3 years to speak again, while the other believed she had saved her brothers by carrying them on her back. Following her sentencing, she was transferred to the Arizona Department of Corrections and is currently housed at the Arizona State Prison Complex, Perryville, in the Lumley Unit, which houses female inmates serving long-term or life sentences. As of May 2025, Elizabeth Archibek has served just over 1 year and 10 months of her life sentence and will never be released. Number 7. Gail Eastwood Ritchie. On a cold March morning in 1993, 2 newspaper carriers stumbled upon a harrowing scene along Sidley Road in Thompson Township, Ohio. A garbage bag lay abandoned, torn open by animals, revealing the partially dismembered body of a boy, his umbilical cord still attached. The infant was known Jaga's child by the community, became the center of a decades-long mystery that haunted residents and law enforcement alike. Gail Eastwood Ritchie was 22 years old, unmarried, and living in Euclid, Ohio, when she secretly gave birth to the baby in her bathroom. Overwhelmed by fear of her family's reaction, she placed the boy in a bag, stored it in her car trunk, and later discarded it in a wooded area. The child's body was discovered on March 25, 1993, but without leads, the case went cold. The community, unaware of the mother's identity, held a funeral for the child, naming him Jaga's child. In 2019, advancements in genetic genealogy led investigators to Ritchie, who confessed to the crime. She also admitted to a similar act 2 years prior, where she disposed of another child in a field along Brush Avenue in Euclid. She later told investigators that she took the bag out of the trunk and laid it in the woods. She was arrested and charged with murder. In April 2022, Ritchie stood trial in Jaga County. The jury found her guilty of murder, but acquitted her of aggravated murder. The court did not allow the jury to hear about the earlier incident due to concerns of prejudice. On May 24, 2022, Judge David Andre sentenced Ritchie to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 15 years. Ritchie did not make a statement during sentencing, and her attorneys indicated plans to appeal. As of April 2025, Ritchie has served approximately 3 years of her sentence. She will be eligible for parole in 2037 at the age of 67. Upon release, she is required to register as a violent offender. Number 8. Hannah Payne. On May 7, 2019, a routine day in Clayton County, Georgia turned tragic when 24-year-old Hannah Payne took it upon herself to pursue and confront 62-year-old Kenneth Herring after witnessing him leave the scene of a minor traffic accident. Despite being advised by a 911 dispatcher not to engage, Payne followed Herring, leading to a fatal encounter that would alter both their lives irrevocably. Kenneth Herring, a retired postal worker, was involved in a minor collision with a semi-truck after reportedly running a red light. Witnesses, including a state corrections officer with medical training, observed that Herring appeared disoriented, suggesting he might have been experiencing a medical emergency, such as diabetic shock. Despite this, Payne, who was not involved in the accident, believed Herring was intoxicated and decided to follow him to obtain his license plate information for the authorities. During the 911 call, Payne was explicitly instructed not to pursue Herring. However, she disregarded these instructions, stating that he was drunk and she wasn't, and continued the pursuit. Upon catching up to Herring, Payne confronted him, leading to a physical altercation. Payne claimed that Herring grabbed her and that she drew her firearm in self-defense. During the struggle, the firearm discharged, fatally wounding Herring. In December 2023, after a 5-day trial, a jury found Hannah Payne guilty on multiple counts, including malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. The court sentenced her to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 43 years, accounting for additional consecutive sentences of 8 years for false imprisonment and 5 years for firearm possession. During the sentencing, Herring's family delivered emotional victim impact statements. His sister Jacqueline Herring expressed the family's grief, stating, "That door would never open again. I'll never see my brother again, only through pictures." The family requested a life sentence without the possibility of parole, emphasizing the irreversible loss they suffered. As of April 2025, Hannah Payne has served approximately 1.5 years of her 43-year minimum sentence. She will be eligible for parole at the age of 67. Number 9. Brenda Andrew. Brenda Andrew, a former Sunday school teacher and mother of 2, she was born and raised in Enid, Oklahoma. In a devout Christian household, she was known for her academic excellence and community involvement. She married Rob Andrew, an advertising executive, in 1984. The couple had 2 children and appeared to lead a stable family life. Over the years, their marriage had deteriorated, and Brenda had begun an affair with James Pavat, a former pastor turned insurance salesman. Together they plotted to murder Rob to collect an $800,000 life insurance policy that Pavat had sold to Rob. The plan was meticulous. Lure Rob to the house under the pretense of a family visit and stage the murder to look like a home invasion. On the day of the murder, Rob arrived at Brenda's home to pick up their children for a Thanksgiving visit. According to prosecutors, Brenda and Pavat lured him into the garage under the pretense of fixing the furnace. There he was ambushed and shot twice with a shotgun. Brenda sustained a superficial wound, which she claimed was inflicted by 2 masked intruders. However, investigators found inconsistencies in her story, and forensic evidence suggested her injury was self-inflicted to support the home invasion narrative. 9 days after the murder, Brenda and Pavat fled to Mexico with her children raising suspicions. They were arrested in February 2002 when they crossed back into Texas. Pavat confessed to the murder but claimed Brenda was not involved. Despite his confession, both were charged with Rob's murder. Brenda's 2004 trial was marked by sensationalism. Prosecutors introduced evidence of her intimate history, including testimony from past lovers, and even displayed her thong underwear to the jury, arguing that her lifestyle contradicted the image of a grieving widow. The defense argued that this evidence was irrelevant and prejudicial, but the jury found Brenda guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder, sentencing her to death. Brenda Andrew became the only woman on Oklahoma's death row. Over the years, her legal team filed multiple appeals arguing that the prosecution's focus on her personal life violated her right to a fair trial. In January 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court agreed, ruling that the introduction of prejudicial evidence about her intimate history rendered her trial fundamentally unfair. The court ordered a lower court to re-examine her case, potentially leading to a new trial or sentencing. As of April 2025, she has served approximately 21 years on death row. Number 10. Danielle Dauphinais. Danielle Dauphinais was 38 years old at the time of the incident, and she was a young mother residing in Merrimack, New Hampshire. She lived with her boyfriend, Joseph Stapf, their 2-year-old daughter, and her 5-year-old son, Elijah Lewis, from a previous relationship. Elijah had previously lived with his biological father, Timothy Lewis, in Arizona. In May 2020, Lewis sent Elijah to live with Dauphinais in New Hampshire, explaining that he was experiencing some challenges managing the boy's behavior. In the months that followed, Elijah's well-being began to deteriorate under his mother's care. By November 2020, medical professionals noted Elijah weighed just 32 pounds and had visible bruises on his face, eye, and arm. Despite these warning signs, no formal intervention ensured his protection. According to testimony later shared in court, Dauphiné and Stapf frequently expressed frustration with Elijah's behavior. Text messages between the two showed a pattern of hostility toward the child. In one message, Dauphiné wrote that Elijah asked her to stop starving him because it wasn't nice. In another, she claimed to have hit him with a shower rod. Stapf responded by suggesting she give Elijah more food to fatten him up. Prosecutors described the living environment as abusive and neglectful. Elijah was confined for long hours in a bathtub, sometimes unclothed and monitored by video. His weight dropped drastically. He reportedly became unable to stand and suffered injuries consistent with prolonged neglect, including facial and scalp trauma, pressure ulcers, and signs of malnutrition. Toxicology tests later revealed he had acute hard substance intoxication at the time of his death. Despite the alarming deterioration in Elijah's health, no comprehensive psychological evaluation was ever arranged. Both parents cited behavioral difficulties but failed to seek professional help. Dauphiné's legal team argued that she was overwhelmed by raising two children, pregnant, and struggling with substance use. She also alleged that her ex-husband did not provide insurance information needed to access care. By October 2021, Dauphiné gave birth to another child at home. Stapf brought the newborn to a hospital, reportedly intending to leave the infant there. Medical staff discovered evidence of substance exposure in the baby, which triggered an investigation by New Hampshire's Division for Children, Youth, and Families. During the investigation on the family, Dauphiné falsely claimed Elijah was living with her sister in California and later said he was with a family friend. Both individuals later confirmed they had not seen Elijah and that Dauphiné had asked them to lie about his whereabouts. Authorities believe Elijah died in September 2021, and Dauphiné and Stapf allegedly placed his body in a container and buried it in Ames Knoll State Park in Abington, Massachusetts. On October 17, 2021, the couple was arrested in New York, while Elijah was still reported missing. Days after their arrest, police located the remains of Elijah Lewis. The child, who stood 3 feet tall, weighed only 19 pounds. For comparison, the average 5-year-old typically weighs around 40 pounds and measures closer to 3.6 feet tall. Following the discovery of Elijah's body, both Dauphiné and Stapf were charged in connection to his death. In 2022, Joseph Stapf pleaded guilty to manslaughter, second-degree assault, witness tampering, and falsifying physical evidence. He received a sentence of 22 to 45 years in prison. Danielle Dauphiné initially prepared for trial in Nashua, New Hampshire, but entered a guilty plea in 2024 as part of a deal with prosecutors. She pleaded guilty to second-degree murder along with other related charges. Prosecutors recommended a 55-year sentence, while the defense sought the minimum of 35 years. On March 22, 2024, a judge sentenced her to 53 years to life in prison, with an additional 3 to 7 years for lesser offenses. During sentencing, the directly addressed the content of text messages sent by Dauphiné, describing them as hateful and explicit. He stated that she knew exactly what she was doing to Elijah, and she was murdering him day by day till he eventually gave up. In court, Dauphiné read from a written statement breaking down as she addressed her late son, stating that she was very sorry. She recounted her own experiences as a child who was abandoned and abused, offering this context as part of her explanation, but not as a defense. After sentencing, she did not display signs of resistance. As of May 2025, Danielle Dauphiné remains incarcerated at the New Hampshire State Prison for Women in Concord. She has served 1 year of her sentence. Having committed the crime at age 38, she will be eligible for parole no earlier than age 91, based on her 53 years to life sentence. Number 11. Jesse Korchevsky. On October 3, 2018, in Pewaukee, Wisconsin, a 911 call reported an unresponsive woman. The scene suggested a possible overdose with crushed medication found nearby. However, the truth behind Lynn Hernan's death would unravel into a chilling tale of betrayal and calculated murder. 40-year-old Jesse Korchevsky was a close friend of Lynn Hernan, a 62-year-old beautician known for her kindness and love for animals. Korchevsky had a history of financial troubles and prior convictions for forgery and misappropriation. She saw an opportunity in Hernan's generosity gradually gaining control over her finances. Investigations revealed that Korchevsky transferred nearly $290,000 from Hernan's accounts to her own funding lavish expenses, including a trip to Las Vegas. On the day of Hernan's death, Korchevsky called emergency services claiming she found Hernan unresponsive and suggested it was a personal harm. Authorities initially suspected an overdose due to the presence of crushed pills. However, toxicology reports later revealed high levels of toxic substance, the active ingredient in over-the-counter eye drops in Hernan's system. This led to the conclusion that Hernan had been poisoned. As the investigation progressed, discrepancies in Korchevsky's statements emerged. She initially claimed Hernan consumed the eye drops herself, then later suggested it was an assisted attack. Evidence showed Korchevsky had researched the effects of the toxic substance online, indicating premeditation. She was arrested on June 4, 2021, and charged with first-degree intentional homicide and 2 counts of theft. In November 2023, after nearly 11 hours of deliberation, a jury found Korchevsky guilty on all charges. The defense argued that Hernan's death was a self-inflicted, but the jury was unconvinced. On April 5, 2024, the judge sentenced Korchevsky to life in prison for the murder with eligibility for extended supervision after 30 years. Additionally, she received 2 consecutive 5-year sentences for the theft charges totaling 40 years before potential parole. The judge emphasized the need to protect the public, stating that Korchevsky would be nearly 80 years old before being considered for release. During sentencing, Korchevsky maintained her innocence and expressing her intent to appeal the conviction. She stated, "I will not stop fighting. As God as my witness, this case is far from over." As of April 2025, Jesse Korchevsky has served 1 year of her sentence. She remains incarcerated in a Wisconsin prison, with 39 years remaining. She will be 82 years old before she is eligible for parole. Number 12. Allison Fluke Ekren. On November 1, 2022, Allison Fluke Ekren, a 42-year-old former teacher from Kansas, was sentenced to 20 years in federal prison for her leadership role in the Islamic State, where she trained over 100 women and girls, including some as young as 10 years old, to use assault rifles, grenades, and belts. She trained them in combat tactics and explosives and plotted attacks against U.S. targets. She pleaded guilty to conspiring to provide material support to a foreign terrorist organization, marking one of the most significant cases involving an American woman in ISIS's hierarchy. Fluke Ekren's actions went on for nearly a decade. Born and raised in Overbrook, Kansas, Fluke Ekren pursued studies in biology and education. Fluke Ekren's path to radicalization began in the early 2000s when she moved to the Middle East with her second husband, a member of the terrorist group Ansar al-Sharia. Together, they supported extremist activities, including analyzing stolen U.S. documents from the 2012 Benghazi attack. By 2012, she had relocated to Syria, where her husband became an ISIS sniper leader. After his death in 2016, she married other ISIS operatives, further entrenching herself in the organization's activities. In Raqqa, ISIS's de facto capital, she founded and led the Katiba Nusayba, an all-female battalion, where she provided military training to women and girls, teaching them how to use different weapons. Her role was unprecedented, as women rarely held such positions within ISIS. In 2021, after years of evading capture, she was apprehended in Syria. After being detained in a Syrian prison for approximately 7 months, she was transferred to U.S. custody in January 2022. She was charged with providing and conspiring to provide material support to a foreign terrorist organization. In June 2022, she pleaded guilty to the charges against her. During the trial, prosecutors presented evidence of her leadership in the all-female battalion and her plans to conduct terrorist attacks on U.S. soil, including a proposed explosive attack of a shopping mall. Testimonies from her children revealed severe abuse. During the proceedings, her daughter testified that she had abused her and her siblings, including forcing her into marriage with an ISIS fighter at the age of 13. Prosecutors described Fluke Ekran as the Empress of ISIS, highlighting her role in brainwashing young girls and training them to murder. Fluke Ekran denied these allegations, portraying herself as a protective mother. The judge sentenced her to the maximum term of 20 years in federal prison, emphasizing the gravity of her actions and the trauma inflicted on her children. As of April 2025, she has served approximately 2 years and 5 months of her sentence. She is incarcerated in a federal facility with no possibility of parole. Number 13, Shannon C. Busson. On a quiet February afternoon in 2023, the serene town of Benton, Wisconsin, an 83-year-old woman named Lynn Montgomery was found lifeless in her home. The initial report suggested a tragic accident indicating a simple fall. But as the investigator dug deeper, a new revelation was uncovered. Shannon C. Busson was a 31-year-old mother from Elizabeth, Illinois. She was married to Lynn's grandson. She occasionally visited Lynn, assisting her with household tasks and errands. On February 27, 2023, Shannon called 911, claiming she found Lynn unresponsive after a fall. Lynn was pronounced dead at a Dubuque hospital. The following day, family members discovered handwritten notes in Lynn's home, pleading for help and accusing Shannon of harm. One note read, "Help, Shannon is hurting me," while another stated that Shannon had dragged her from the basement to try and get in her safe. These alarming messages prompted authorities to re-examine the case. Investigations revealed inconsistencies in Shannon's account. She claimed to have arrived at Lynn's home around 3:30 p.m., but geotagged data placed her there as early as 11:14 a.m. Surveillance footage and cell tower pings corroborated this earlier timeline. An autopsy unveiled multiple blunt force injuries on Lynn's head, face, and limbs, along with rib fractures. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation, possibly from smothering with a pillow. Further evidence included a draft email on Shannon's phone detailing a timeline of events and a browser search on how to unlock a 3-number combination safe. The safe, which contained valuables, had been moved from its usual location with drag marks found on the floor. On March 15, 2023, Shannon was arrested and charged with first-degree intentional homicide. Initially held on a $1 million bond, it was later reduced, and she posted bail in May 2023. Her trial commenced on November 4, 2024, at the Lafayette County Courthouse. The prosecution presented a compelling case, highlighting the handwritten notes, digital evidence, and inconsistencies in Shannon's statements. The defense argued that Shannon was being framed amidst family disputes. After deliberating for several hours, the jury found Shannon guilty of first-degree intentional homicide on November 8, 2024. On December 23, 2024, Shannon was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of extended release after 22 years. As of April 2025, She has served approximately 4 months of her sentence. Given her birth year of 1993, Shannon will be eligible to petition for release in 2046 at the age of 53. Number 14, Michaelia Jolly. Michaelia Jolly was a young mother from Pearl, Mississippi, who had recently given birth to her daughter, Khaleesi. On May 12, 2022, under the influence of some hard substance that she had taken earlier that day, Jolly repeatedly and forcibly slammed her daughter into the concrete pavement. The assault occurred in the presence of multiple bystanders, including the baby's grandmother, an apartment owner, a truck driver, and a visiting nurse. The brutality of the act left onlookers traumatized, with Assistant District Attorney Catherine Newman stating that he don't believe anyone can ever get the images out of their mind. When authorities arrived, Jolly had fled into nearby woods. She was soon apprehended, and Khaleesi was transported to Children's of Mississippi in Jackson. Despite medical efforts, the child died to her injuries 2 days later, on May 14th. An autopsy revealed extensive skull fractures, internal swelling, hemorrhages in vital parts, and multiple other fractures. Following her arrest, Jolly was held at the Rankin County Jail. Initially, she was in solitary confinement for 6 months, but she was later moved to the general population, but continued to have a private cell at night for her protection. During police interviews, Jolly claimed she had accidentally hurt her baby and expressed confusion over her actions. However, when informed of her daughter's death, she became emotional and ceased cooperation with law enforcement. In November 2022, a Rankin County grand jury indicted Jolly on a capital murder charge. A mental evaluation conducted in May 2023 determined she was competent to stand trial. Facing the possibility of the death penalty, Jolly opted to plead guilty to capital murder. On November 6, 2023, Rankin County Circuit Judge Steve sentenced her to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In the courtroom, Jolly, dressed in a yellow jail jumpsuit, responded to the judge's questions with brief affirmations. As of April 2025, Jolly has served approximately 1.5 years of her life sentence. At 23 years old, she remains incarcerated in a Mississippi state prison with no possibility of parole. Given the nature of her sentence, she will spend the remainder of her life behind bars. Number 15. Iana Colon. On January 17, 2022, a seemingly ordinary dispute between 2 young lovers in Portage, Michigan, escalated into a tragic event that would alter lives forever. The argument, reportedly over a loud music, led to the death of 25-year-old Man Saleh Al-Blowi in the hands of his 21-year-old girlfriend, Iana Marie Colon. Iana Colon and Man Al-Blowi had been dating for approximately 2 months and had recently begun cohabiting in Al-Blowi's apartment at the Briargate complex in Portage. Their relationship, though brief, was marked by volatility. Colon had a documented history of violent behavior, including prior convictions for assaulting a police officer and another individual with a metal pipe in 2021. At the time of the incident, she was on probation for these offenses. According to Colon's account, the couple's argument over loud music escalated when Al-Blowi allegedly attacked her, dragging her by the hair and choking her to the point of unconsciousness. In response, Colon claimed she acted in self-defense by strangling Al-Blowi. After the altercation, she reportedly prayed over his body for over an hour, then moved his remains to a closet, covered them with a robe, and attempted to clean the scene to remove her fingerprints. She later slept on the apartment's mattress and later took a walk, stating that she was tired of looking at him. The following day, Colon informed her parents about the incident, who then accompanied her to the Portage Public Safety Headquarters to report the death. Authorities found Al-Blowi's body in the closet, and an autopsy confirmed death by mechanical asphyxiation. Colon was arrested and charged with open murder. During the trial, Colon maintained her claim of self-defense. However, the prosecution argued that the act was premeditated, highlighting her actions post-incident and her prior violent behavior. Despite certain admissions being excluded from evidence due to Colin's invocation of her right to counsel, the jury found her guilty of first-degree premeditated murder after a 3-day trial in August 2023. On September 5, 2023, Colin was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, as Michigan law mandates for first-degree murder convictions. She is currently incarcerated at the Huron Valley Complex for Women. As of April 2025, Colin has served approximately 1 year and 7 months of her life sentence. Number 16. Cecily Aguilar. Cecily Aguilar was just 22 years old at the time of the incident, and she was a civilian living in Killeen, Texas. She worked at a local gas station and was the estranged wife of a former soldier stationed at Fort Hood. She became involved in a high-profile federal criminal case after aiding in the concealment of the murder of Army Specialist Vanessa Guillen, a 20-year-old soldier stationed at Fort Hood. On April 22, 2020, Specialist Vanessa Guillen disappeared from Fort Hood, Texas. She was last seen in the armory where she worked. Her car keys, barracks key, identification card, and wallet were discovered still in the armory. Before her disappearance, she had confided in her family about being sexually harassed by someone in her unit, although she had not filed an official complaint. Her disappearance drew widespread public attention, sparking protests and calls for reform within the U.S. military. A thorough search by the authorities was launched. During the investigation, it was discovered that the last person she had texted was another soldier, 20-year-old Army Specialist Aaron David Robinson, who was also stationed at Fort Hood. Investigation revealed that Robinson struck Guillen in the head with a hammer inside the armory room, and the hit led to her death. After the murder, he then placed her body in a large box and transported it to a remote site near the Leon River in Bell County, Texas. At Bell County, he then contacted Cecily Aguilar, his girlfriend at the time. Aguilar was also the wife of another former Fort Hood soldier. According to the investigation report, Robinson confessed the murder to Aguilar and brought her to the site where he had hidden Guillen's body. Over several days, Robinson and Aguilar returned to the scene to dismember and conceal the remains. Using a hatchet or axe and a machete-style knife, they took part of Guillen's body and attempted to burn it. They then placed the remains in 3 shallow graves, which they later attempted to cover with concrete. Aguilar also helped Robinson destroy data linked to a Google account and made multiple false statements to federal investigators during the early stages of the investigation. Authorities discovered Guillen's remains on June 30, 2020, near the Leon River, after a tip led investigators to the location. When the investigation into Guillen's disappearance intensified, Robinson fled the military. On July 1, 2020, as law enforcement closed in to arrest him, Aaron Robinson escaped custody and fatally shot himself with a firearm in Killeen, Texas. Aguilar was arrested shortly afterward. During the investigation, she initially denied knowledge of the crime, but she later confessed to assisting Robinson in disposing of Guillen's remains and providing misleading information to authorities. On November 29, 2022, at age 25, Cecily Aguilar pleaded guilty in federal court to 1 count of accessory to murder after the fact and 3 counts of making false statements or representations. She admitted to her role in the concealment and cover-up of Guillen's murder and in tampering with evidence. On August 14, 2023, Aguilar was sentenced to 30 years in federal prison by the U.S. District Court in Waco, Texas. She received the maximum penalty allowed under her charges. At sentencing, Aguilar did not display visible emotion. She did not speak at length, but expressed brief remorse in court. Her defense did not dispute the facts, but asked for leniency due to claims of manipulation by Robinson. Prosecutors, however, emphasized her full awareness of her actions and the extensive efforts made to hide the crime. The family of Vanessa Guillen was present during the sentencing. They did not directly address Aguilar in court, but expressed relief that legal justice had been served. The case led to widespread scrutiny of Fort Hood and resulted in significant military reforms. In December 2020, the U.S. Army disciplined more than a dozen officials after a report cited serious leadership failures and a toxic environment at the base. A new federal law named the I Am Vanessa Guillen Act took effect on January 1, 2022, mandating independent investigations for sexual harassment claims and removing prosecutorial decisions from commanders. As of March 2025, Cecily Aguilar has served nearly 2 years of her 30-year sentence in federal prison. She was 22 at the time of the crime and will be 52 years old by the time she is eligible for release, assuming she serves the full term. Number 17. Emil Weavers. On April 22, 2015, the serene halls of Muskingum University's Delta Gamma Theta sorority house in New Concord, Ohio, became the backdrop for a harrowing crime that would shock the community. Emil Weaver, a 21-year-old student and sorority member, became pregnant without anyone knowing till the moment she decided to give birth. Weaver's pregnancy had been a subject of speculation among her sorority sisters, with some noticing changes in her behavior and appearance. Despite this, Weaver denied being pregnant and took measures to conceal her condition. Prosecutors later revealed that she engaged in risky behaviors during her pregnancy, including consuming toxic drinks, smoking, and taking labor-inducing supplements suggesting an intent for termination of the pregnancy. On the morning of April 22nd, Weaver gave birth in a sorority house bathroom. She claimed to believe the baby was dead before being born, leading her to place the child in a bag and leave it outside. Later that day, sorority members discovered the bag, and upon inspection they found the deceased child. An autopsy confirmed that the baby had been born alive and died from asphyxiation. Weaver was arrested and charged with aggravated murder, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with evidence. During the trial, she testified that she was in denial about her pregnancy and believed the child was already dead at birth. However, the prosecution presented evidence, including text messages sent by Weaver after the birth stating, "No more baby," and "taken care of," which suggested a lack of remorse. In May 2016, Weaver was found guilty on all charges. During sentencing, she expressed remorse, stating, "I stand before you a broken-down woman asking for forgiveness and mercy." Despite the judge sentenced her to life in prison without the possibility of parole, citing her actions and perceived lack of genuine remorse. As of April 2025, Emil Weaver has served approximately 9 years of her life sentence. In 2022, the Ohio Supreme Court ruled that she should be resentenced due to ineffective counsel during her original sentencing, noting that her attorney failed to present a comprehensive explanation of neonaticide and pregnancy negation syndrome. A new judge has been assigned for the resentencing, but no date has been set. Number 18. Sharon Rose Kelly. On July 10, 2020, in Bellevue, Washington, 30-year-old Sharon Rose Kelly orchestrated a chilling murder-for-hire plot against her ex-husband, 48-year-old Baron Lee. As Lee approached his car at the Overlook at Lakemont Apartments, he was ambushed and shot 9 times by a 17-year-old assailant hired by Kelly. Miraculously, he survived the attack after enduring 15 months of rehabilitation. Kelly and Lee were in a bitter custody battle over their son, who has special needs. Court documents suggested that Kelly stood to gain financially if she obtained sole custody, although she later denied financial motives in her plea agreement. Following the attack, investigators discovered a tracking device on her husband's car, linking it back to Kelly. Further evidence, including online records, solidified her connection to the crime. Initially charged with first-degree attempted murder, Kelly eventually pleaded guilty to solicitation to commit murder in the second degree. On November 17, 2023, she was sentenced to 165 months, approximately 13.75 years, in prison. The judge emphasized that Kelly deserved a harsher sentence than the shooter since she orchestrated the brutal crime. As of April 2025, Kelly has served approximately 1.5 years of her sentence. Given her age at sentencing, she will be around 42 years old upon completing her term. The two teenagers involved also faced legal consequences. The shooter was sentenced for attempted murder and unlawful possession of a firearm, while the accomplice received a sentence for first-degree murder. Both were 17 at the time of the crime. Lee, reflecting on the ordeal, expressed that the sentence was insufficient, especially considering the impact on their son. He stated that if it goes through and the judge goes along with a plea agreement, his son will only be 17 when she gets out of prison, and it's not enough time. Number 19. Pamela Smart. On a quiet spring evening in 1990, a young husband was found dead in his New Hampshire condo. He was shot execution-style in what appeared to be a botched burglary. But as investigators dug deeper, a web of seduction, manipulation, and betrayal unraveled, revealing a chilling plot orchestrated not by a stranger, but by the victim's own wife. The case captivated the nation, becoming one of the first televised trials and inspiring books and films that blurred the lines between fact and fiction. Pamela Smart, born Pamela Wojas, was a 22-year-old media coordinator at Winnicott High School in Hampton, New Hampshire. She was married to Gregory Smart, an insurance agent, and by all outward appearances, they were a young couple with a promising future. However, beneath the surface, their marriage was strained. Pamela began an affair with 15-year-old student William "Billy" Flynn, whom she met through a school program. The relationship quickly turned from inappropriate to deadly. On May 1st, 1990, Greg Smart returned home to what he believed was an empty house. Instead, he was ambushed by Flynn and his friend Patrick Randall. According to court testimony, Randall held a knife to Greg's throat, while Flynn shot him in the head with a hollow-point bullet. The scene was staged to look like a robbery, but inconsistencies quickly led police to suspect foul play. As the investigation unfolded, authorities learned of Pamela's affair with Flynn. A key piece of evidence came from Cecilia Pierce, a teenage intern who wore a wire and recorded conversations with Pamela. In these recordings, Pamela made incriminating statements, stating that if she told the truth to anyone, they will send her to the slammer for the rest of her life. On August 1st, 1990, Pamela Smart was arrested and charged with being an accomplice to first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and witness tampering. Pamela's trial began on March 4th, 1991, and was one of the first to be broadcast live on television, drawing massive public interest. Prosecutors argued that Pamela seduced Flynn and manipulated him into murdering her husband to avoid a divorce and collect a $140,000 life insurance policy. Flynn testified against Pamela, stating that she threatened to end their relationship unless he murdered Greg. On March 22, 1991, the jury found Pamela guilty on all charges, and she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She is currently incarcerated at Bedford Hills Correctional Facility for Women in New York. Over the years, she has earned multiple degrees, including a doctorate in ministry, and has worked as a prison tutor and ordained minister. In 2024, after 34 years of maintaining her innocence, Pamela publicly accepted full responsibility for her husband's death in a videotaped statement, expressing deep remorse for her actions. Despite this, her petitions for sentence reduction have been consistently denied. As of 2025, Pamela Smart has served 34 years of her life sentence. Now 57 years old, she remains incarcerated with no possibility of parole. Number 20. Taylor Schabusiness. Taylor Schabusiness had a troubled past marked by substance abuse and mental health struggles. She was in a tumultuous relationship with 24-year-old Shad Therian. Their bond was fueled by substance use and a shared penchant for extreme sexual activities. Friends and family noted the volatility of their relationship, but nothing could have predicted the horror that would unfold. On February 21, 2022, after consuming high level of hard substance, Schabusiness and Therian engaged in intimate activity at his mother's home. During the encounter, Schabusiness brutally strangled Therian with a chain and continued until he was lifeless. She then assaulted his corpse and proceeded to dismember his body, placing parts in various locations within the house and in a vehicle. The next day, Therian's mother discovered his severed upper body part in a bucket, leading to Schabusiness's arrest. During police interviews, she exhibited a disturbing lack of remorse, stating that she liked it, and expressing surprise at the amount of time it took to strangle Therian. She admitted to the acts, but pleaded not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. In July 2023, a jury found Schabusiness guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree assault. Despite her insanity plea, the jury concluded she was of sound mind during the crime. The trial was marked by Schabusiness's erratic behavior, including an attack on her attorney during a court hearing. On September 26, 2023, Judge Thomas Walsh sentenced Schabusiness to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the homicide charge. She received additional consecutive sentences for the other charges, totaling over a decade. Judge Walsh described the crime as one that offends human decency. As of April 2025, Schabusiness is incarcerated at Taycheedah Correctional Institution. She has served approximately 1.5 years of her life sentence. Given her sentence, she will never be eligible for parole. Number 21. Bailey Marie Boswell. On November 15, 2017, 24-year-old Sydney Loof disappeared after going on a second Tinder date with 23-year-old Bailey Boswell in Wilbur, Nebraska. Her remains were not found until 3 weeks later, when they were discovered scattered in trash bags along a rural road. Bailey Boswell met Sydney Loof through the dating app called Tinder while using the fake name Audrey. On November 14, 2017, they went on a first date. Loof, who lived in Lincoln, Nebraska, appeared to enjoy the meeting and agreed to see Boswell again the following day. On November 15th, the next day, Loof posted a Snapchat photo with the caption, "Ready for my date." She also had confided her dating plans to friends. That night, she traveled to Wilbur, Nebraska, where Boswell was living with her older boyfriend known as Aubrey Trail in a basement apartment, and that was the last time she was heard from or seen alive. Cell phone data indicated and confirmed that her phone stopped transmitting in Wilbur around 8:30 p.m. before it was turned off. The next day, Loof failed to show up for work. Her mother, Susie, attempted to contact her without success and reported her missing. Police found her apartment undisturbed with her car, glasses, and personal items still inside. Her cat had not been fed. As police began tracking Loof's movements, they discovered Boswell had used a false identity. Investigators connected the two through Tinder records. A friend of Loof's, Brooklyn McChrystal, also helped by matching with Audrey on Tinder and obtaining a phone number which she gave to the police. Investigators quickly focused on Boswell using the information from Loof's friends to track her online alias and phone number. By November 28th, Boswell and Trail were identified as persons of interest. They released a Facebook livestream denying involvement in Loof's disappearance. In the video, Boswell claimed they drove around, did some smoking of hard substance, and that she had dropped Loof off at a friend's house. Trail then prayed and hoped for Loof's safety during the broadcast. Surveillance video and store receipts later revealed that Boswell and Trail purchased bleach, hacksaws, and trash bags shortly before Loof's disappearance. Investigators also noted a strong smell of bleach at the couple's apartment. The landlord reported that one of her family members became physically ill after entering the unit, and the air conditioning had been left on in cold weather. Despite the suspicious conditions, no immediate evidence of foul play was found inside the apartment. However, Trail and Boswell had already fled the state. On November 30th, they were later arrested in Branson, Missouri, on an unrelated fraud charges. At the time of arrest, they possessed maps, sleeping bags, and hiking equipment, suggesting they had been planning to flee to Mexico. Days later, between December 4th and 5th, 2017, authorities discovered Loof's remains along a gravel road near Edgar, Nebraska. Her body parts were wrapped in black bags along with clothing, intimate toys, and other personal items. Investigators were able to identify the remains as Loof's, but her upper left arm was never recovered. Boswell and Trail were charged with first-degree murder, unlawful disposal of human remains, and conspiracy to commit murder. Trail gave several inconsistent confessions. In some versions, he claimed sole responsibility for the murder. In others, he described a fatal choking incident during a consensual intimate encounter involving all three individuals. At one point, he told investigators he was producing intimate films involving strangulation. Authorities later stated they found no evidence to corroborate the film production claim. Boswell's trial began in 2020. The prosecution presented cell phone data, surveillance footage, and receipts showing all they had purchased before the murder. They also did not name a clear motive behind the murder, but argued that Boswell and Trail lured Loof under false pretenses with the intent to murder. They referenced the couple's history of using fake identities online to lure other women and Boswell's participation in recruiting partners for Trail. There was no evidence that Loof had agreed to any intimate activity beyond a typical date. The defense argued that Boswell was manipulated and controlled by Trail, who was older and more dominant. However, the jury found Boswell guilty on all counts, including first-degree murder. On November 8, 2021, Bailey Boswell was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She became the first woman in Nebraska's history to receive such a sentence for murder. Unlike Trail, who was sentenced to death, Boswell was spared capital punishment. She showed little visible reaction during the sentencing hearing. Following her sentencing, Boswell was transferred to the Nebraska Correctional Center for Women in York, Nebraska. She also has stated in prior interviews that she did not murder Sidney Loof and was unaware of what Trail planned to do. She maintained that she was manipulated and did not participate in the murder or the acts that came after it. The court rejected these claims, citing strong physical and digital evidence connecting her to the planning and aftermath of the crime. As of March 2025, Bailey Boswell remains incarcerated at the Nebraska Correctional Center for Women. She has served approximately 3 years and 4 months of her life sentence. She is not eligible for parole and is expected to remain in prison for the rest of her life. Number 1. Shay Groves. On July 17, 2022, Shay Groves, a 27-year-old woman from Havant, Hampshire, England, fatally stabbed her boyfriend, 25-year-old Frankie Fitzgerald, over 22 times while he was asleep in her bedroom at her residence in Havant. The attack was described as a horrific one, with Fitzgerald sustaining significant injuries that led to his death at the scene. Their relationship was known as one fueled by obsession and very volatile. They shared mutual interests in true crime and had fascinations with criminals. Groves adorned her bedroom walls with framed pictures of notorious serial killers and murderers. She also had books about criminals, including the notorious prisoner Charles Bronson, and possessed a collection of decorative knives, one of which was used in the murder. On the day of the murder, the two lovers had set up a camera to film themselves in an intimate way before things got out of hand. After the murder, Groves didn't call the police. Instead, she cleaned up the scene a little, took some smokes, and called a friend over video chat, casually showing Frankie's lifeless body and confessing to the killing, stating that she had snapped and used the knife on him multiple times. She also shared 3 video clips suggesting that her boyfriend had assaulted her and was violent with her. The friend alerted the authorities, leading to Groves's arrest later that day. During the investigation, it was revealed that Groves had fabricated claims of Frankie's abusive behavior, presenting manipulated text messages and videos to support her allegations. However, evidence indicated that Groves had been tracking Frankie's movements and had acted out of jealousy after she discovered he had been messaging who she mistakenly thought was a 13-year-old girl on social media. The individual turned out to be 17 and had been blocked by her boyfriend before the incident. The original video clip she had sent to her friend was also retrieved, showing that her boyfriend never carried out any violent act on her. The trial took place at Winchester Crown Court, where Groves pleaded not guilty, claiming she acted in self-defense after being assaulted by Fitzgerald. The prosecution presented evidence of Groves's premeditation, including her interest in true crime and possession of weapons. They also found out that she was very familiar with crime scenes, how to create a false narrative, and how to set up a false alibi. She was a very dedicated serial killer fangirl. During her sentencing, Frankie's parents were heartbroken. They described him as the shining light, a kind and beautiful person. He was also a young father of 2 children who had his life in front of him. The jury found Groves guilty of murder, and on February 22, 2023, she was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 23 years before being eligible for parole. During her sentencing, she remained expressionless as she received her sentence. As of April 2025, Shay Groves has served approximately 2 years of her 23-year minimum sentence. She is currently incarcerated in a UK prison with 21 years remaining before she can be considered for parole. Number 2, Natalie Bennett. On the evening of March 11, 2023, in Carr Lane East, Croxteth, Liverpool, neighbors reported hearing a heated argument between 47-year-old Natalie Bennett and her 24-year-old boyfriend, Casey Anderson, at her residence. Approximately an hour later, Casey, the boyfriend, was seen seeking help at a neighbor's door, visibly injured and distressed. He managed to contact emergency services, repeatedly stating he was dying, but was unable to specify who had harmed him due to the severity of his injuries. Natalie then took the phone, informing the operator that Casey had multiple stab wounds, but claimed ignorance about their origin, stating, "He's come in like that?" suggesting he arrived at her home already wounded. Upon arrival, Merseyside police officers found Casey with severe injuries, including a deep stab wound that affected his vital body parts, along with other superficial wounds. He was transported to Aintree Hospital, where he underwent surgery, but died of his injuries just a week before his 25th birthday. Natalie was arrested at the scene. During the investigation, authorities discovered inconsistencies in her account. Ring doorbell footage from a neighboring house showed Bennett wielding a knife near Casey's head, contradicting her claims that he arrived injured. Additionally, the interior of her home smelled strongly of cleaning fluids, and several sharp implements were found in the kitchen sink, appearing to have been recently cleaned. She was charged with Casey's murder and stood trial at Liverpool Crown Court. She pleaded not guilty, claiming self-defense and asserting that Casey had attacked her first. However, the jury found her account unconvincing. Evidence also emerged showing that she called the dying victim Little Rat as he was struggling on the street to call the 999 operator for help. On October 4, 2023, after deliberating for over 4 hours, the jury unanimously convicted her of murder. On November 10, 2023, She was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 18 years before being eligible for parole. Judge Dennis Watson, K.C., remarked, "No sentence I can pass can restore Casey's life. His friends and family will always mourn his death. Your actions have caused the waste of a human life." Natalie showed no emotion as the sentencing was passed in the packed courtroom. When she was led to the cells, she gave a thumbs-up sign to her dad in the public gallery. As of April 2025, Natalie Bennett has served approximately 1 year and 5 months of her 18-year minimum sentence. Number 3, Sharon Carr. Sharon Louise Carr, also known as the Devil's Daughter, was just 12 years old when she committed the unprovoked and brutal murder of 18-year-old Katie Ratcliffe. Katie, an apprentice hairdresser, was walking home from a nightclub in Camberley, Surrey, England, when Carr selected her at random and attacked her, inflicting over 30 stab wounds that led to her death. After the attack, Sharon and some accomplice left her body abandoned near a cemetery. Katie's body was discovered the following day by young boys. Initially, the murder remained unsolved. The police thought the crime was committed by an adult male due to the nature of the body when it was discovered, and Carr was not apprehended. 2 years later, Carr attacked a fellow student inside a toilet at Collingwood College Comprehensive School, stabbing her without any reason. The attack stopped when students entered the toilet and intervened, leaving the victim severely injured. The victim said that Carr was smiling and appeared happy during the attack. This incident led to her arrest. She was initially taken to a hospital for medical assessment. There she also harassed and tried to murder the nurses attending to her. She was then transferred to a detention in a young offenders institution. While incarcerated, Carr boasted about Katie's murder during phone calls to relatives and documented her involvement in her prison diary entries. In one of such entries, she wrote, "If only I could do it to you again. I was born to be a murderer." Authorities questioned Carr on the murder, and she confessed to the crime. She even graphically described a particular injury and provided details that the police had deliberately withheld, meaning that she had knowledge that only the killer would have. On the 4th-year anniversary of the murder, she boldly wrote, "Respect to Katie Ratcliffe, 4 years ago today." With all her confessions and written evidence, authorities charged her with Katie Ratcliffe's murder. In March 1997, at the age of 17, she was officially declared Britain's youngest murderer. Carr was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 14 years. The presiding judge remarked on the exceptional nature of the case, given her young age at the time of the offense. Carr was smiling as she left the dock after the conviction. As of April 2025, Sharon Carr has served approximately 28 years of her life sentence. Despite surpassing her minimum tariff by 14 years, she remains incarcerated due to concerns about her behavior and mental state. Reports indicate that Carr has exhibited violent tendencies while in prison, including fantasies about harming fellow inmates. Her applications for parole have been denied, with assessments deeming her too unstable for release. She is currently 45 years old. Number 4, Bailey Haywood. On March 13, 2024, at approximately 12:20 p.m., emergency services received a call reporting that a man had been injured at an address on Mullen Road in Bicester. Upon arrival, officers discovered 45-year-old Dale Bond in his lounge with multiple stab wounds. The attending officers immediately provided emergency treatment, and paramedics from South Central Ambulance and the Air Ambulance provided specialist emergency medical treatment. Despite immediate medical intervention, Mr. Bond was pronounced dead at the scene. After his death, the police then got an address in Bicester to locate the possible suspect. They immediately drove to the location on the address, and they discovered 23-year-old Bailey Haywood with blood-stained clothing. She was arrested on suspicion of murder. The Thames Valley Police Major Crime Unit initiated an investigation, An autopsy confirmed that Mr. Bond's death was caused by a stab wound, leading to Bailey's conviction for murder. During her trial, her defense argued that she acted in self-defense, but the jury completely rejected arguments stating that there is no evidence to suggest that Mr. Bond attacked Haywood. The precise motives for the murder remain unclear to this day, as Bailey is the only person who could say why she carried out the act. But she has chosen not to speak about it, following her trial at Oxford Crown Court. The jury found her guilty, and she was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 17 years and 181 days. As of April 2025, Bailey Haywood has served approximately 6 months and 18 days of her minimum term. She will be eligible for parole consideration in December 2041 when she reaches the age of 41. Number 5. Gemma Mitchell. 38-year-old Gemma Mitchell moved to the UK from Australia with her mother and sister after her parents' separation. She earned a first-class degree in human sciences from King's College London, where she excelled in anatomy. During her training, she learned how to dissect the human body. She was so good with the skill that she was awarded the Hamilton Prize for anatomical excellence. Despite her qualifications, Mitchell was not registered to practice osteopathy in the UK and remained unemployed after 2015. She lived with her mother and sister in a dilapidated £4 million family home in Willesden, northwest London. She also had a very strained relationship with her sister and has been charged one time for an act against her. After a while, Mitchell and her mother then decided to renovate their home, but they found out that they had been defrauded of £230,000 by builders they hired for renovations. In August 2020, Mitchell met and befriended 67-year-old Mi Kuen Chong at their church. Chong, originally from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, had lived in London for 30 years and suffered from mental health issues. Some of the church members described her as an adult, having a sweet and childlike nature. Chong had agreed to give Mitchell £200,000 to assist with the home renovation, and they both exchanged numerous chat messages on the subject. But Chong later withdrew her offer and urged Mitchell to sell the house and enjoy the money instead. This withdrawal led to a fatal confrontation. On June 11, 2021, Mitchell visited Chong's residence in Wembley, carrying a large blue suitcase. It is believed that during this visit, Mitchell murdered Chong and placed her into the suitcase. Afterwards, she stole documents from Chong's house. She later tried to use the documents to forge a will, indicating that Chong left her $700,000 estate to her. She then transported the suitcase back to her home, storing it in her garden for 2 weeks. On June 26th, Mitchell hired a car and drove over 200 miles to Salcombe, Devon, where she disposed of Chong's body in a wooded area. Part of the body was discovered by holidaymakers the following day, and the other part was found nearby 4 days later. Before the body was found, Chong was reported missing by her lodger. Mitchell initially told the police that Chong had gone to visit her family friends by the sea. However, CCTV footage captured Mitchell entering Chong's home with the suitcase and leaving hours later with it appearing heavier. Further evidence, including the forged will, showing that Chong had left 95% of her estate in her care to use for the completion of her house project, and the remaining 5% willed to her mother, implicated Mitchell. She was arrested and charged with murder. Mitchell's trial began on October 11th, 2022, at the Old Bailey. She pleaded not guilty, but the jury found her guilty after deliberating for 7 hours on October 28th, 2022. Judge Richard Marks KC sentenced her to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 34 years, describing her actions as extremely devious and highlighting her lack of remorse. As of April 2025, Gemma Mitchell has served approximately 2 years and 6 months of her 34-year minimum sentence. She remains incarcerated in a UK prison and will be eligible for parole in October 2056 when she is 72 years old. Number 6. Virginia McCullough, 31-year-old. Virginia McCullough was living with her parents in their family home in Chelmsford, Essex, when she carried out the brutal act on them. Her parents were getting old and were in a poor condition, making her their primary caregiver. In June 2019, Virginia, who had squandered her parents' money and was in a huge debt, prepared a cocktail of prescription substances and added it to the drinks she gave to her 70-year-old father, John, and her 71-year-old mother, Lois. Her father took the drink and passed away while sleeping, while her mother did not take the drink. The following day, she found out that her mother, who didn't take the drink, was still alive, sleeping in her bed without noticing what had happened to her husband. Fearing that her mother would find out what she had done, she attacked her using a hammer and subsequently used a knife on her multiple times, resulting in her death. After the incident, she went to a local hospital to receive treatment for the wounds she suffered while carrying out the act. Then she proceeded to buy items that she used to conceal her crimes. She meticulously concealed their bodies within the residence. John's remains were placed in a makeshift tomb constructed from masonry blocks and wooden panels, while Lois's body was hidden in an upstairs wardrobe. Prior to the murders, McCullough had accumulated significant debts, over $60,000, and was engaged in fraudulent activities involving her parents' finances. She had been misappropriating funds from their accounts, and, following their deaths, she continued to collect their pensions and use their credit cards. She even disguised as her mother and demanded for a new credit card and PIN from her bank. She also impersonated her father in communications to maintain the facade that they were still alive. Her gambling addiction heightened her financial situation, leading her to spend substantial sums on online betting platforms. In total, she squandered over £150,000. The deception came to an end in September 2023, when concerns from family members and medical professionals about the prolonged absence of John and Lois prompted a welfare check by Essex police. Virginia lived with the dead bodies of her parents for over 4.5 years without her siblings noticing. Upon entering the residence, officers discovered the concealed bodies. Virginia was arrested at the scene, and during her apprehension, she said to the officers, "I did know that this day would come eventually. Cheer up, at least you've caught the bad guy." She was charged with 2 counts of murder, and she pleaded guilty in July 2024. The presiding judge highlighted the premeditated nature of the crimes and the gross violation of parental trust. Few months later, she was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 36 years before being eligible for parole. As of April 2025, Virginia McCullough has served approximately 6 months of her life sentence. She remains incarcerated with a minimum of 35 years and 6 months remaining before parole consideration. Number 7. Lucy Letby. Between June 2015 and June 2016, the neonatal unit at the Countess of Chester Hospital in Cheshire, England, experienced an unusual spike in infant deaths and sudden collapses. Medical staff became concerned about the unexpected nature of these incidents. An internal review identified 33-year-old Lucy Letby as the only nurse present during all the events in question. Consultant pediatricians raised their suspicions to hospital management, but initial actions were not carried out. It wasn't until May 2017 that the hospital reported the concerns to the Cheshire Constabulary, prompting a formal police investigation. The investigation, known as Operation Hummingbird, was launched. It involved a detailed review of infant medical records and autopsy reports. Investigators discovered patterns suggesting harm, including injections of air and insulin, overfeeding, and physical assaults. Lucy, the primary suspect, was then arrested, but she was released on bail and subsequently rearrested in June 2019 and November 2020 as more evidence emerged. Lucy's trial began in October 2022 at Manchester Crown Court. The prosecution presented evidence of her involvement in the deaths of 7 children and the attempted murders of 6 others. In August 2023, the jury found her guilty on all counts. She was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, making her one of the few women in UK history to receive such a sentence. Recently, a new development has emerged suggesting that Lucy may have harmed more children than those for which she was convicted. As of April 2025, Lucy Letby has served approximately 1 year and 8 months of her life sentence. Given her whole life order, she will remain incarcerated for the rest of her life. Number 8. Karen Vamplew. In the early hours of December 15, 2021, a tragic event unfolded in Newark, Nottinghamshire, resulting in the death of 77-year-old Elizabeth Ann Vamplew. Elizabeth Vamplew was a vulnerable elderly woman with limited mobility and hearing impairments. She required daily visits from caregivers and was known for taking cigarettes inside her bungalow at Eaton Court. Her daughter-in-law, 44-year-old Karen Vamplew, who was her primary caregiver, had accumulated significant debts and had been illicitly accessing funds from her bank account. She drained her account from £27,000 to £105 in months. When the bank restricted transactions to £5 due to suspicious activities, Karen's access to these funds was effectively cut off. On December 14, 2021, Karen accompanied Elizabeth to the bank in an attempt to remove the transaction restrictions. Later that night, Karen visited Elizabeth's home twice. During her first visit, CCTV showed that she had parked outside, not near her mother-in-law's house, wearing a black hoodie. She went in and deliberately set fire to Elizabeth's bed while she was asleep, using a naked flame. She then left the premises, only to return later to feign discovery of the fire and contact emergency services. Despite rescue efforts, Elizabeth succumbed to severe burns and smoke inhalation injuries. Initial suspicions arose due to the nature of the fire and Karen's financial motives. Investigators determined that the fire was intentionally started, ruling out accidental causes such as a dropped cigarette. CCTV footage captured Karen's movements to and from the crime scene, though she claimed that she forgot her keys and went back to her car to retrieve it. She also said she tried to save Elizabeth's life when she got to her house, but was pushed back by the heavy smoke. Karen was first arrested on December 17, 2021, but was released due to insufficient evidence. However, after further investigation and gathering of substantial evidence, she was rearrested years later. The trial commenced at Leicester Crown Court, where the prosecution presented compelling evidence of Karen's premeditated actions driven by financial gain. The jury found her guilty of murder, and on May 20, 2024, she was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 32 years before eligibility for parole. As of April 2025, Karen Vamplew has served approximately 11 months of her life sentence. Number 9. Mahek Bukhari and Ansrain Bukhar. 46-year-old Ansrain Bukhari, the mother of the 24-year-old popular social media influencer Mahek Bukhari, had been having an extramarital affair with 21-year-old Saqib Hussain. She decided to end the affair. Unwilling to accept the termination of their relationship, Saqib allegedly threatened to expose her explicit material and videotapes to her husband, aiming to coerce her into continuing the affair. In response to these threats, Mahek and her mother, Ansrain, devised a plan to confront Saqib and retrieve any compromising material. In one of their messages, Mahek told her mother, "I'll get him jumped by guys and he won't know what day it is." She also boldly told the victim, "I am sorry that this year you'll be gone, Saqib." They lured Saqib to a meeting under the pretense of handing over £3,000, an amount he claimed to have spent during the relationship. Unknowing to Saqib, Mahek and Ansreen had recruited the help of 5 associates: 27-year-old Rakan Karwan, 23-year-old Rais Jamal, 23-year-old Natasha Akhtar, 28-year-old Amir Jamal, and 23-year-old Sanaf Gula Mustafa to assist in their plan. On the night of the meeting, Saqib, accompanied by his friend, 21-year-old Mohammed Hashim, arrived at the designated meeting point in a Tesco car park in Leicester. Upon realizing that they had been set up and there was potential danger, the 2 men attempted to flee in their Skoda Fabian vehicle. A high-speed chase ensued, with the pursuing vehicles reaching speeds of up to 100 miles per hour. During the chase, Saqib made a desperate 999 call, reporting that they were being followed by individuals in balaclavas who were attempting to ram them off the road. Tragically, while still on the call, their vehicle was forced off the road, collided with a tree, and burst into flames, resulting in the immediate deaths of both men. After the crash, Mahek and her mother refused to call the police and sped off. A driver passing by came across the 2 friends and decided to call emergency services. Following the fatal crash, an extensive investigation was launched by Leicestershire Police. Evidence, including CCTV footage and mobile phone data, implicated Mahek, Ansreen, and their accomplices in orchestrating the deadly pursuit. During the investigation, Mahek was seen lying to the police about their whereabouts the previous day. The group was subsequently arrested and charged with murder. After a 3-month trial at Leicester Crown Court, Mahek Bukhari was found guilty of 2 counts of murder and was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 31 years and 8 months. Her mother, Ansreen Bukhari, was also sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 26 years and 9 months. Their accomplices each got different sentences. As of April 2025, Mahek Bukhari has served approximately 1 year and 7 months of her life sentence. Number 10, Veronique John. On June 10, 2023, in Stoke-on-Trent, England, the emergency operator received a call from 50-year-old Veronique John saying that she had just murdered her children. A day before she made the call, Veronique had assaulted her husband, Nathan John, with a piece of wood after suspecting that he was having an affair. She was arrested but released the following day with a community resolution notice. Hours after her release, she attacked her children, 11-year-old Ethan and 7-year-old Elizabeth, at their home on Flax Street. Ethan sustained over 20 stab wounds, while Elizabeth suffered severe injuries. Both children were pronounced dead at the scene. After the attack on her children, Veronique proceeded to a car wash on Campbell Road, where Nathan, her husband, was employed, and also used the knife on him. Despite his injuries, Nathan survived. After returning home, Veronique contacted emergency services. When the police arrived, she told them, "If you have a gun, shoot me. I am not a monster. He was going to take them from me." Veronique was arrested at the scene. Investigations revealed that her marriage with her husband had been a toxic one, as they usually had arguments now and then. Veronique confessed that she carried out the act on her children because her husband wanted to take them from her. Police also revealed that she made the decision after making a chilling internet search, asking, "Can a foreigner be charged with murder in the UK?" She also confessed to the crime, saying, "I did it because I love my children, to protect the children. If there's any possible way I could be put to death, I would like that. I mean it 100%. Due to diagnoses of complex post-traumatic stress disorder, she was deemed unfit to plead or participate in a standard trial. Consequently, a trial of facts was conducted at Nottingham Crown Court. In July 2024, the jury concluded that Veronique had committed the acts as charged. She was given an indefinite hospital order under the Mental Health Act and is currently held at Rampton High Security Hospital in Nottinghamshire. As of April 2025, she has served approximately 9 months of this order. The duration of her confinement depends on assessments of her mental health and the risk she may pose. Number 11. Ashana Studholme. 35-year-old mother of 2, Shakira Spencer was a woman who lived in Ealing, West London. She was described as a beautiful, happy, healthy woman before her life took a devastating turn upon befriending her neighbor, Ashana Studholme. Her neighbors recounted that Shakira was a lovable person, but socially awkward, who presented as someone with learning difficulties. After she became friends with a supposed friend, Studholme introduced her to her partner Sean Pendlebury and her friend Lisa Richardson. Over time, the 3 friends introduced Shakira to the use of hard substances and started exerting control over her. They isolated her from her family and friends and subjected her to severe abuse. Between early 2021 and September 2022, Shakira endured relentless physical and psychological torment. The trio treated her as a servant, forcing her to perform menial tasks at all hours. They controlled her finances, depriving her of basic necessities and feeding her only ketchup sachets, leading to significant weight loss from a size 16 to a size 6. The abuse escalated to physical torture, including scalding her feet and other inhumane treatments. On September 12, 2022, after a particularly brutal assault at Studholme's residence, Shakira was transported in the trunk of a car to her own flat, where she was confined to a cupboard and left to die. Approximately 2 weeks later, on September 25, 2022, neighbors noticed maggots emerging from under her front door and alerted authorities. Upon entry, police discovered her body, necessitating identification through dental records. The extent of decomposition made it impossible to determine the exact date of death. After the discovery, Studholme, Pendlebury, and Richardson were arrested after the police were contacted by a relative of Pendlebury's to whom he had confessed his role in the killing. They were charged with murder and preventing a lawful burial. During the trial at the Old Bailey, evidence presented included messages and videos showing the abuse, highlighting the trio's sadistic pleasure in inflicting pain. In December 2023, all 3 were found guilty on both charges. In February 2024, Studholme, Pendlebury, and Richardson were each sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 34 years. As of April 2025, they have served approximately 1 year and 2 months of their sentences, with eligibility for parole in 2058. Number 12. Christina Robinson. 30-year-old Christina Robinson, a mother from Ushaw Moor near Durham, was convicted of the murder of her 3-year-old son, Dwelania Robinson, after a harrowing series of abusive incidents that culminated in his death. In the weeks leading up to her son's death, Christiana subjected him to severe physical abuse under the guise of religious discipline, adhering to teachings from the Black Hebrew Israelites that advocated corporal punishment. This included striking him with a cane for minor misbehaviors. Around 18 days before his death, Christiana forced him into using very hot water to bathe as punishment for soiling himself, resulting in extensive body injuries covering over 20% of his body, particularly on his lower part. Despite the severity of these injuries, she did not seek medical attention. Instead, she resolved to treating him with ointments and bandages purchased online. Her failure to obtain proper medical care left Dwelania in significant pain and vulnerable. Few days later, she carried out another attack on him, which left him in a very critical condition. Emergency services were called to their residence on Bracken Court, but despite their efforts, her son was pronounced dead. After Dwelania's death, an investigation revealed that he had over 60 wounds, and there was a pattern of ongoing abuse. Christina admitted to using a cane to discipline her son, claiming she believed it was a form of correction endorsed by her religious beliefs, which preached using a rod to correct a child. She expressed regret, stating she now realized she had been misguided. She also said that she couldn't seek medical attention for her son because she was ashamed. She was charged with murder and 4 counts of child cruelty, including the hot bath incident, failure to seek medical help, physical punishment with a cane, and leaving her son home alone for extended periods. During her trial at Newcastle Crown Court, she dismissed her legal team and represented herself in the final stages. The jury found her guilty on all charges. In May 2024, she was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 25 years. As of April 2025, Christina Robinson has served approximately 11 months of her life sentence. Number 13, Stephanie Langley. On the evening of September 11, 2023, in Maidstone, Kent, a tragic event unfolded outside the Hare and Hounds public house. Matthew Bryant, the pub's landlord, was inside his pub attending to his customers when he was fatally attacked by his former sister-in-law, 55-year-old Stephanie Langley. Stephanie and Bryant had been related through marriage, but had minimal contact for over 2 decades. Their paths crossed again in March 2023, when Langley visited the Hare and Hounds pub. On the day of the incident, Stephanie returned to the pub. Witnesses reported that she boldly told a customer, "Get a drink while he is still alive," referring to Bryant. She also directly threatened Bryant, stating, "You're dead tonight." These statements prompted Bryant to step aside and started contacting the police. After leaving the pub briefly, Stephanie retrieved a kitchen knife from her car and returned to confront Bryant, who was still on the phone with emergency services. She knocked the phone from his hand and proceeded to use the knife on him 3 times. Bryant was able to tell the 999 operator that he had been stabbed and severely injured. Despite immediate efforts by passers-by and paramedics, Bryant died to his injuries at the scene. Stephanie was arrested shortly after the incident. During police interviews, she expressed no remorse, reportedly stating, "I'm glad he's dead." She claimed that Bryant had assaulted a woman she knew, but Bryant and his family denied such accusations. She was charged with murder and possession of a bladed article. During the trial at Maidstone Crown Court, the prosecution described the attack as impulsive, irrational, but deliberate and intentional. Stephanie attempted to justify her actions by bringing up past grievances against Bryant, but these claims were contested and unproven. During her trial, Bryant's widow and his mother read their victim impact statement with tears in their eyes, expressing how they have lost their loved one. In May 2024, Stephanie was convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 24 years before being eligible for parole. As of April 2025, she has served approximately 11 months of her sentence. Number 14, Eltiona Scana. On March 22, 2020, which was a Mother's Day celebration in the UK, 7-year-old Emily Jones was in Queen's Park, Bolton, Greater Manchester with her father, Mark Jones, and her mother, Sarah Barnes. She noticed her mother jogging nearby and decided to move to where she was. Emily mounted her scooter trying to move as she scooted past a wooden bench where 30-year-old Eltiona Scana, an Albanian woman who was granted asylum in the UK, was seated. Calling out to her mother, Scana suddenly attacked her and brutally used a craft knife she had purchased earlier that day on her multiple times. Emily was rushed to Salford Royal Hospital, but tragically she passed away. After the attack, Scana tried to run, but was detained by the people around until the police arrived and arrested her. During police interviews, it was revealed that she had a documented history of mental illness and had not been adhering to her prescribed medications. It was also revealed that she came to the UK from Albania in the back of a lorry and had lied in her asylum application documents. Initially charged with murder, Skana later pleaded guilty to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. In December 2020, she was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 8 years to be served in a high-security hospital. However, in January 2021, this minimum term was revised to 10 years and 8 months due to a sentencing miscalculation. Skana sought to appeal both her sentence and the minimum term, arguing for a hospital order with restrictions instead. The court dismissed her appeal, upholding the original sentencing decisions. Following her sentencing, Mark Jones, the father of the victim, stated through his lawyer that Skana had been given asylum in the UK, despite the Home Office being told she admitted lying in her application and she wouldn't have been in the UK if they had done their jobs. As of April 2025, Skana has served approximately 4 years and 4 months of her sentence, with a minimum of 6 years and 4 months remaining. Alice Wood. In the evening of May 6, 2022, Alice Wood, a 24-year-old philosophy student from Cheadle, Staffordshire, and her fiancé, 24-year-old Ryan Watson, attended a birthday party in Hanley, Stoke-on-Trent, for a service user of the brain injury charity Headway, where Ryan worked as a support worker. During the event, witnesses observed tension between the couple when Mr. Watson engaged in a conversation with another woman, leading to accusations of flirting from Alice. During the party, both had consumed high levels of alcohol, and when they prepared to go home, Alice decided to drive them home, despite being over the legal limit. Upon arriving at their residence in Road Heath, Cheshire, around 11:20 p.m., the situation escalated. They started having an argument. CCTV footage revealed that after the argument, Alice used her Ford Fiesta vehicle to deliberately drive at Ryan multiple times. Initially, she reversed towards him, narrowly missing. She then drove at him again, causing him to be thrown onto the bonnet and strike his head on the windscreen. Despite this, she proceeded to drive at him a third time, dragging him approximately 158 meters under the vehicle. Upon stopping, she then sought help from a nearby resident, stating, "Please phone an ambulance, I think I've run over my boyfriend." Emergency services arrived promptly, but Mr. Watson was pronounced dead at the scene, with the cause of death determined as crush asphyxiation. Alice was found to have over 61 micrograms of alcohol per 100 milliliters of breath, exceeding the legal limit of 35. She was arrested on suspicion of murder, and during her transportation to the police station, she remarked, "It's fine, I deserve it." She was subsequently charged with murder. During her trial at Chester Crown Court, she maintained that the incident was a tragic accident and expressed remorse. However, the court found her guilty, concluding that her actions were intentional. On February 2, 2024, she was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 18 years before being eligible for parole. During her sentencing, the presiding judge told her, "Prison may be hard for you, Alice Wood, but you only have yourself to blame for the situation you now find yourself in." At the time of the incident, Wood was preparing for her final exams at Manchester University and had been awarded a scholarship for a part-time research master's at Cambridge. As of April 2025, Alice Wood has served approximately 1 year and 2 months of her life sentence. Lauren Harris. In the early hours of November 20, 2023, in Colwyn Bay, Conwy County, North Wales, a tragic and brutal crime unfolded, leading to the death of 65-year-old David Mark Wilcox. Lauren Harris, then 29 years old, who had no fixed home address, but originally from Colwyn Bay, along with her accomplice, 43-year-old David Webster from Lacey Street, were central figures in this harrowing event. Lauren Harris had moved in with Mr. Wilcox at his residence on Bayview Road earlier in 2023. Their friendly relationship, which began around mid-2023, was marked by Mr. Wilcox's generosity and desire to support Harris in turning her life around. However, this relationship took a dark turn as Harris drained Mr. Wilcox's bank account over the months they lived together. In the days leading up to the incident, Harris met and started a relationship with David Webster and befriended Thomas Whiteley. On the evening of November 19, 2023, Harris invited Webster and Whiteley to Mr. Wilcox's home for drinks and to smoke. An argument started during the gathering, escalating into a violent assault against Mr. Wilcox. Before the situation could be resolved, Lauren Harris used a knife on Mr. Wilcox twice, while David Webster inflicted additional violence, including hitting Mr. Wilcox with a vodka bottle. The attack was so brutal and vicious, leaving Mr. Wilcox with severe injuries, including multiple stab wounds. After the assault, Webster forcefully took off Mr. Wilcox's watch from his wrist, and the trio then fled the scene in the victim's Volvo vehicle, leaving him unconscious in his living room, where police discovered him shortly after. Harris then attempted to use Mr. Wilcox's bank cards at 2 ATMs to withdraw cash to pay for hard substance. After withdrawing the money, they then drove away and subsequently crashed the car moments later. They abandoned the vehicle. Despite immediate medical attention, Mr. Wilcox died of his injuries later that day. Following the discovery of Mr. Wilcox's body, North Wales police launched an investigation that quickly led to the arrest of Harris, Webster, and Whiteley later. During the investigation, it was revealed that Harris decided to murder the victim because his money, which she was spending, was now drained. She was charged with murder alongside her accomplices. During the trial, Harris denied involvement, but evidence presented, including DNA tests linking Webster to the weapons and CCTV footage of Harris's attempts to withdraw money, painted a damning picture. The trial took place at Mold Crown Court and concluded on August 8, 2024, with Harris and Webster being found guilty of murder. At one point during her trial, as she was led into the dock, Harris started singing Shania Twain's song, "Man, I Feel Like a Woman." She showed no remorse for the crimes she committed. Various evidence also revealed that she had a history of violence against men. On August 12, 2024, Mr. Justice Edward Pepperell sentenced Lauren Harris to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 25 years before eligibility for parole. David Webster received a life sentence with a minimum term of 23 years. The judge highlighted the brutality and senselessness of the murder, noting the abuse of Mr. Wilcox's trust and the lack of remorse from both defendants. As of April 2025, Lauren Harris has served approximately 8 months of her life sentence. She will be 54 years old before she will be eligible for parole. Rebecca Moore. In the early hours of March 9, 2024, at approximately 4 a.m., 24-year-old Saakad Ali was relaxing at a friend's flat in the Netherthorpe area playing video games when he received a call from an unknown number. The caller was 25-year-old Rebecca Moore. She persuaded him to meet her at Ponderosa Park under the pretense of purchasing some hard substance and offering her services. Unknowingly to Mr. Ali, this was a setup. Upon his arrival, he was ambushed by 2 teenagers, 17-year-old Barney Griffin and 16-year-old Jack Douglas. Armed with machetes, they launched a brutal and relentless attack on Mr. Ali, who pleaded for them to stop. Despite his cries, the assault continued, leading to his death shortly after 5 a.m. Following the discovery of Mr. Ali's body, South Yorkshire Police initiated an intensive investigation. Witnesses provided descriptions of the attackers, which matched clothing found at Griffin's residence. Forensic evidence, including blood near Oxford Street linked to Griffin, and CCTV footage tracking the movements of the perpetrators, further implicated the trio. Moore was apprehended shortly after the incident. In an attempt to evade arrest, she provided officers with a false name and date of birth. However, her deception was short-lived, as officers quickly confirmed her identity and arrested her on suspicion of murder. Griffin and Douglas surrendered to the authorities on March 12, 2024. They both pleaded guilty to murder and possession of a bladed article in May 2024. Moore, however, denied the charges, leading to a 16-day trial at Sheffield Crown Court. She subjected the family of the victim in pain of appearing in the court severally instead of admitting her guilt. On November 11, 2024, the jury found her guilty of murder. Subsequently, on November 28, 2024, the court sentenced Moore to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 15 years before eligibility for parole. Griffin received a 16-year sentence, while Douglas was sentenced to 15 years. As of April 2025, Rebecca Moore has served approximately 5 months of her 15-year minimum term. She will be 40 years before being considered for parole. Lisa Elwood. In the late evening of August 29, 2023, a tragic incident unfolded in the Agbrig area of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, leading to the untimely death of 42-year-old Ryan Elwood. On the night in question, 40-years-old Lisa and Ryan, her husband, had been out celebrating her 40th birthday. They began their evening at the Loopset Hotel before proceeding to Wakefield City Centre, where they continued drinking at the Blind Pig pub. Lisa consumed multiple high-alcohol cocktails during the night. CCTV obtained from the pub showed both of them appearing to be happy and in high spirits when they arrived. But at some point during the evening, they had a falling out, as an argument erupted between the couple, leading them to return home separately. Lisa arrived at their residence on Greenwood Court approximately 10 minutes after Ryan. She was so intoxicated and even seen falling down on the road before she got to their home. An argument started again in the kitchen, during which Lisa retrieved a kitchen knife and inflicted a fatal stab wound to Ryan. After the attack, Lisa called the emergency services, but while speaking on the phone, she appeared rude and was angry with the operator telling her what to do. She even used some swear words on the operator. After everything, Ryan was pronounced dead at 11:45 p.m. Upon arrival, paramedics and police officers found Ryan unresponsive on the kitchen floor. Lisa, exhibiting signs of heavy intoxication, initially claimed to have discovered her husband in that state and suggested that their 16-year-old daughter might have been involved. However, inconsistencies in her account, combined with evidence from the scene, led authorities to arrest Lisa on suspicion of murder. Lisa Elwood was charged with the murder of her husband and stood trial at Leeds Crown Court. Throughout the proceedings, the court heard testimonies about the couple's tumultuous relationship, marked by mutual accusations of infidelity and instances of domestic violence. Lisa's defense highlighted her struggles with alcohol dependency and mental health issues, asserting that she had no recollection of the events leading to Ryan's death. Lisa also stated during the trial that she was beaten frequently by Ryan whenever he was drunk, and he would also cheat on her. Despite this, the jury found her guilty of murder. On March 13, 2024, Lisa was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years before being eligible for parole. As of April 2025, Lisa Elwood has served approximately 1 year and 1 month of her 16-year minimum sentence. Christine Rawle. On August 21, 2022, in Braunton, Devon, England, a fatal domestic incident resulted in the death of 72-year-old Ian Rawle. On that day, an intense argument erupted between the wife, 70-year-old Christine Rawle, and Ian concerning the sale of a piece of land on their £800,000 smallholding. Christine wished to sell the land to finance a private eye operation, a decision Ian opposed. During the dispute, Christine retrieved a 12.5-inch knife and used it on Ian in the back with such force that the blade cut eventually caused severe damage to his body. Despite his injuries, Ian, who was attending to their horse at the time, managed to walk approximately 100 yards, pleading with Christine to remove the knife before collapsing and succumbing to the wound. Following the incident, emergency services were summoned to the scene, where Ian was pronounced dead. Christine was arrested at their property without resistance and charged with his murder. During police interviews, she claimed self-defense, alleging years of physical, psychological, and body abuse by Ian. Christine's trial commenced at Exeter Crown Court, where she pleaded not guilty to murder, asserting that she acted in self-defense after enduring prolonged abuse. The prosecution, however, portrayed her as the aggressor, highlighting previous incidents where she had allegedly stabbed Ian and played cruel pranks on him, such as adding a substance to his tea and chili powder to his undergarments. After deliberating for just over 3 hours, the jury found Christine guilty of murder. On March 22, 2024, she was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 17 years before being eligible for parole. As of April 2025, Christine Rahl has served approximately 1 year and 1 month of her 17-year minimum sentence. Anne Marie Burrows, on October 26, 2023, in Peterborough, England, 52-year-old Anne Marie Burrows murdered her friend, 56-year-old Paul Knowles, a Royal Navy veteran. The two regularly met at Mr. Knowles' flat on Farrier's Court in Woodston to drink and chat. During this particular meeting, Burrows assaulted Mr. Knowles, inflicting significant injuries to his face, eyes, and neck, and allegedly forced a sock down his throat, which obstructed his airway and led to his death. After the murder, Burrows left the scene, taking Mr. Knowles' bank card, which she later used at a shop. She first contacted the police on October 30th, stating she had killed a man but refused to provide further details, also stating that she was just having a nightmare. After many days later, she called the police again, confessing to the murder and revealing Mr. Knowles' identity and location. The police visited the location and discovered Mr. Knowles' body. Burrows was tracked down to her location and subsequently arrested at a property on Mountbatten Way in Ravensthorpe. The attending police officer indicated that the murder was an intentional one, as Burrows had no other intention than to kill the victim. Burrows claimed self-defense, alleging that Mr. Knowles had become abusive and threatened her with a bottle. However, the prosecution presented evidence of the violent nature of the assault, including the sock forced into Mr. Knowles' throat. On July 19, 2024, a jury at Cambridge Crown Court found Burrows guilty of murder. She was sentenced on July 23, 2024, to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 17 years before being eligible for parole. Thank you guys for watching till the end.